Good morning, everyone. Today we have a seminar come webinar on the very recently increased. And due to this requirement, the outsourcing work from the India has also been increased. We have kept this webinar, come physical seminar, in association with the CPE committee of ICAI. I want to thank Commissioner Soni Ma'am, chairperson of CPE committee. I also want to thank Charanjit Soni Nandaji, who is our vice chairman of this committee, also a guest speaker in the second session. I also want to thank the guest speaker Sunil Khullarji, who will be taking first session on global accounting and compliances. The second session will be taken by Nanda sir. Third session will be taken by Untitled Chapter, and fourth session will be taken by Sarita Agarwal. So before starting the webinar, before starting the technical session, I would say I want to request our branch chairman, C. Jitendra Chawla for welcome address.
Respected Central Council member Nandaji, Vice Chairman of CPE Committee, and Commissioner Soni Ma'am, Chairperson of CPE Committee, and today's guest speaker, C. Chawla ji, C. Sunil Khullarji, and C. Sarita Agarwal ma'am, and Vice Chairman of the branch, Harsh Mittal, Secretary of the branch, Nitesh Parashar ji, and immediate past Chairman of the branch, Amit Punyani ji, and all the members of Harinawat branch. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, all of you. I, Jitendra Chawla, Chairman of Harinawat branch, welcome you all in today's webinar cum seminar on outsourcing and global accounting. And I also thanks to CA Charanjit Singh Nandaji for giving us the opportunity to arrange this webinar. ज़्यादा समय ना लेते हुए, so I thanks to all the committee members, all the CPE committee members for this webinar. So thank you all of you. So request to you, Nitesh, please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Jitendra Chawla for the opening remarks or welcome address. Now I request our Vice Chairman of CPE Committee, our own Central Council member, CA Charanjit Soni Nandaji, for his words of wisdom. Nandaji.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a nice rainy day in Delhi. It's raining cats and dogs, and all are busy enjoying the weather here. The Honorable Chairman of Faridabad branch, Shri Jitendra Chawla, Secretary Shri Nitesh Parashar, Vice Chairman Shri Harsh Mittal, C. Amit Punyani, past Chairman, C. Vipin Sharma, past Chairman, my younger brother and the man of the day, C. Sunil Khullar, and all. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all on this great session on outsourcing. Let me very candidly put across that this profession is at crossroads, and we are very eagerly waiting for new professional opportunities to come in and have a great fruitful work for all of us. Outsourcing has emerged as one of those areas which have been very glamorously taken by us chartered accountants. I have a separate session, and I would not like to stand between you and the speaker, Sunil Khullar, and would just end by a couplet which says, Manzil mil hi jayegi, thoda bhatak kar hi sahi. Manzil mil hi jayegi, thoda bhatak kar hi sahi. गुमराह तो वो हैं जो घरों से निकले ही नहीं। जो लोग यहाँ आज पहुंच गए हैं और इस सेमिनार को ले रहे हैं, they are versatile peoples. They understand that life is hard work. They understand that they have to create greener pastures for them, create great practice opportunities for them. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to just tell you that I have a separate session and I would have a detailed discussion at that time. Thank you, Faridabad branch, for inviting me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nanda sir, for such a nice words. Now I request our moderator for the day, CA Vipin Sharma, to kindly start the first session and introduce the speaker, CA Sunil Khullarji.
Thank you, Nitesh Parasharji, Secretary of Faridabad branch of NIRC of ICAI. First of all, I welcome CA Kamishka Soni ma'am in her absentia, Chairperson of CPE Committee, Vice Chairman CA Charanjot Singh Nandaji, today guest speaker CA Sunil Khullarji, Chairman Faridabad branch Jitendra Chawla ji, Vice Chairman Harsh Mittal ji, Past Chairman Amit Punyani ji. I welcome all the members who joined us today. Very important topic on global accounting and outsourcing. Today we have eminent speaker CA Sunil Khullarji. I would like to read profile. Today his topic is global accounting and compliances, a gateway for Indian CA into the international market. Sunil Khullarji, FCA DISA, is a graduate in commerce from Punjab University, Chandigarh. He has qualified as chartered accountant in 1995 and is in practice since then. He started his management consultancy company Sunil Khullar Infotech Management Service Private Limited with the permission of ICAI to venture into the international practice of accountancy. He got big success in business process outsourcing in the field of accounting and taxes in North America. Encouraged by his success, he set up a new company in Florida, the USA in 2019 to tap more business from the United States. The expert mind has 26 years of experience in the field of finance and accounting. He mastered the area like taxation, audit, accounting, bookkeeping, information system audit, corporate law, and fiscal services. Mr. Sunil Khullar is loaded with the knowledge and skill of all major accounting software, including North America tax software like QuickBooks, Sage, Tucan, Easy Accounting, and TurboTax. He is well versed with the legitimate requirement of the trade regulation for the companies operating in the US and Canada. He spent much of his career performing in accounting niche. He leads the new generation from the front in the field of digital world and is an inspiration for other chartered accountants aspiring to venture into global practice. So I would like to request Senior CA Sunil Khullarji to start the session. Please, sir.
Thank you for the kind introduction. I welcome the request chairman and all the office leaders and CA Charanjot Singh Nandaji, our central council members. And it's a matter of immense happiness and privilege for me to be amidst among you. I want to thank Faridabad branch of ICAI for giving me the opportunity to address my fellow professional colleagues. And I shall use best of all my ability to enlighten all of you regarding the entry into the global practice. So I'm originally given the time of 4 p.m., but due to some reasons, I am rescheduled at 11:30. I will take 60 minutes as planned, and I'm going to start now. Will share my screen shortly, but first I will take directly. First of all, our institute, you know, is a great institute and it's taking care of members, finally to grow the members. Institute has published a research paper in this Jan 2021 itself The research paper is Accounting Process Outsourcing, Insight on Major Economies. It is freely downloadable for all the members, and members who are desirous of entering into the global market should use this publication, and it will serve as a purpose of your homework, because when you prepare to venture into international market, you have to do your homework well, so that it's a very competitive market. You have to be do your homework. And this research paper is very vast and covers the topic of, I tell the briefly, pathway to get the license under the different accounting bodies of the world. Because many members are desirous to know that what is the method of getting the license for these different global accounting bodies, and whether it is necessary or not. And what is the scope of global work, skill set, and the infrastructure needs, and client management, how to market yourself. Because unless you market yourself, you will not be able to sell yourself. You need to sell your skills. So how to market, it is also covered in this publication. Post-COVID opportunities. After the COVID, a lot of opportunities have increased, and many people across the world, it does not matter to them if their work from the New York is getting done in the Florida or from New Delhi or Mandi Govindgarh. It does not matter. What they need is they should get the work perfect. It should be secured and delivered in time. So if you are able to do, you can jump into the fray. So this publication is very useful. You can go through it. Now let's come on the basics of accounting process outsourcing. Shortly, it is called APO, accounting process outsourcing. The word accounting is a very basic thing. It is same in all the world, double entry accounting system. And no one other than chartered accountant better understand the complexities of the accounting. A chartered accountant is the best fit. To venture into the global practice, chartered accountant need to be equipped with the latest IT knowledge as well. Because our chartered accountant understands the accounting. Now, we need to venture into the international market. IT skills is also needed to be added to the knowledge of accounting. The post-qualification courses like DISA, CISA, they helps you a lot in establishing your mindset with IT. You have to work in the paperless environment. So your mindset should be good enough to work in paperless environment. If you have interest in establishing your practice or presence in the APO, then make your mind to place your foot firmly in it. It is not a part-time business. It is a very competitive world. So unless you made up your mind firm, only then you put the into it. So आप अपना माइंड अच्छी तरह से बना लें कि मैंने इसमें वेंचर करना है. उसके बाद आपकी टाइम की इन्वेस्टमेंट भी होगी, मनी की इन्वेस्टमेंट भी होगी, सब इसमें लगेगा. एक बात और है इसमें कि every date is the last date here. It's the international market. The work which is sent in the morning, we need to finish it by same day by the evening. Mostly, some projects are lengthy, but this is the situation. So every date is the last date. If you are looking at part time, then you will not be able to put the resources into it which are required. So another thing is, if you do not put the firm footing into it, your mind will continue to compare between what I am earning from my Indian practice and what I am earning from my global practice in the beginning years. And this comparison is not good, because you are earning from the Indian practice already. And when you start a new practice, it will take time to earn. You have to invest your time, you have to invest your money and prepare the setup. So place a firm foot into it. Now, briefly, which are the countries which are outsourcing their accounting operations? Most of us aware that the USA is the main country. UK, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, European Union, UAE. These are the main countries which are outsourcing. And who are the beneficiaries? Mainly India. India is known as the outsourcing hub, the service capital of the world now. Just as China is the manufacturing hub, India is the service hub of the world. Besides India, the Philippines, Indonesia, Brazil, Bangladesh, Vietnam, Nepal, Pakistan, and of late Sri Lanka as well. So many members who have established themselves in this global practice, they have leave their footprints on it and set an inspiration for the other members to follow them. And for the hard-working professionals like CA, sky is the limit if you are passionate and having thorough knowledge of your expert area. So it is a need of our for CA to go for the global practice in the pandemic world. And you might have question in your mind that what are the benefits of the outsourcing? Why they are sending the work to India? What is benefit to them? They have also benefit. We have also benefit. Unless both the parties have the benefit, work cannot go through. The benefit to the person who is outsourcing, they have the increased cost efficiency. They have a time zone advantage. We have, as compared to US, time zone difference of 10 to 12 hours. By the time they leave their office and send the work to us, we start our office. And when we end our office, we finish the work. And when they get in the morning, the work is finished. That way, their accounting firms are 24/7 without any disturbance. So that's a great help to them. And increased innovation, economies of scale are there. So these are the main benefits. I'm going to share my screen now.
Yes, sir.
My next deliberation will be revolving on this one slide only. So setting up an APO practice. These are the points I will be covering. The global scope of work that just a minute. Global scope of work that an Indian CA can undertake with their present qualification, with roles and duties. The global scope of work. What is the global scope of work? Which works are particularly outsourced? The periodic bookkeeping is the main work. Besides that, periodic account receivable, accounts payable, payroll preparation, and the preparation of financial statements, managing of the cash flow statement. These are the main items which are being outsourced. Periodic bookkeeping is helpful because it is a 12-month work. You continue to get the work of bookkeeping, updating the book on the daily, monthly, quarterly, or yearly basis, and your revenue stream is well attached with it. So most of the work is the periodic bookkeeping and accounting, and attached to with these are accounts payable. Accounts payable tasks, these are also flowing in a big number. Just we have to enter the invoices into the software and according to set of instructions and update them, pull the reports required, and all the customized set of instructions are performed. Similar to accounts payable, account receivable is also there, and payroll preparation, whatever periodical payroll, weekly or bi-weekly, monthly, we have to process the payroll hours, pull the periodic reports from it, and get it ready. Preparation of the financial statement. Management may require the monthly statement, financial statement, profit loss, balance sheet, and other statements. This task is also outsourced. Managing cash flow, daily reconciliation, what cash balances are there, because most of the businesses have a tight cash balance, and they need the continuous monitoring on a daily basis for the cash availability. So updating of the books and pulling of the reports for the for knowing the cash balances and managing the cash flow is a major task. And global scope of work, which I have explained, with their present qualification. This is the next question, and many young members ask that can we get the work with our CA qualification, and whether we need to acquire the new qualification of that particular country to which the work they are seeking from. See, all the CPAs are accountants, but not all accountants are the CPAs. There are difference between the two, including education, experience, and certain opportunities. Answer goes back to the question, what services you want to offer. Whether you want to offer the services of periodic bookkeeping, accounts payable, account receivable, cash flow. If you want to offer these services, then there is no need to be a CPA. You can provide your services as chartered accountant, because you just need to know the accounting skills well. This is all. And if your trust area is different, you want to provide the services of audit and assurance services, then your target is different. Then you need to become a CPA. And there are also requirements for in the countries like USA. Different state to state have the different requirement of becoming the CPA. So where you want your trust area to be, eastern part of the US or the western part or the any middle part, you need to choose that carefully, and where you want to concentrate, where you have a possible hold, and thereafter you can choose that I want to become the CPA of that state, and you can seek the rules and regulations of that particular state. Otherwise, the basic bookkeeping, account receivable, payable, payroll operations for the small and medium business does not require for you to become a CPA or a certified bookkeeper either. You can start that. And with my experience, for the last, I have taken the couple of sessions before on the outsourcing. When I deliver the outsourcing sessions, I started receiving the request that please provide the work to us. I'm not here to provide you the work. I am here to enable you to get the work. So you have to market yourself, you have to prepare yourself. So this is a confusion which I want to clear. And what are the prerequisites for a good APO service provider? This is a part of the first point itself. Prerequisite for a good APO service provider: access to latest technology. Technology becomes obsolete by the time you purchase from the online shop and it comes to your home. So you should always be latest in terms of technology. Proven streamlined process and control. I think chartered accountant is best equipped to set up the processes and controls, and you should prepare an experienced team with you set up a team with you so that you do not alone need to work. You need to set up a team so that work when actually flows in, it can be performed and delivered in time and every time, and it should have the required quality. So you should have a experienced team, collaborate, and good culture fit. You should fit good enough into their culture, understand their mindset. Because when you are in the outsourcing business, you should be able to understand what a different culture person is saying. If there is a communication gap, then you will be little on the success. If your communication skills are good, then you will be rich in terms of hands-on work. And data security, you should always have an eye on the data security. These are the prerequisites for a good APO service provider. So I have covered the first point, the global scope of work. This is a periodic bookkeeping, accounts payable, accounts receivable, reconciliation, periodic providing of the financial statement. With their present qualification, I have explained that you can start with your present qualification unless you want to offer the auditing or assurance services along with roles and duties to be undertaken. I have explained the prerequisites such as the latest technology, streamlined processes and controls, and experienced team, collaborate, have a good communication skills, and data security. Now I move to the second point, of course, infrastructure and data security. What is the infrastructure required? You have made up your mind, you have stepped in. Now, what is that infrastructure required for the outsourcing unit? First of all, your website is your online shop. You should open your online shop where the prospective customers who need such services can visit and make an inquiry. Roughly, on an average, it is said that if there are 1 lakh visitors to your website, there are 4 or 5 paid visitors. So your website should be dedicated one, good one. It should have a search engine optimization done well on it, and you should be prompt enough to answer the queries of the visitors, because you do not know which particular customer will become your client. Whatever the inquiries are received, you have to pay attention to that. And second, after the dedicated website, Google business presence. As I said, search engine optimization. It makes your website search engine friendly. And Google is the largest search engine. Google presence is very much necessary. It will work for you if your website is search engine friendly. Then the office management software, time zone support. We are working with a difference of 10 to 12 hours with the USA, and with the New Zealand there is a different time zone. You should be aware of the time zone and should spend some time, should be available for some period of time to your client in their time zone. That is necessary, but otherwise, how they will meet? Otherwise, only email will not serve the purpose. Now it is the time of Zoom meeting, but the time zones are different. You have to spend some either early morning if you are in the New Zealand or the Australia, or late night if you are looking for United States, and if you are looking for the EU or UK, then your afternoon will be common. So you should be aware of the time zone. Social media optimization. Social media has become a very important platform for the online businesses. the professional presence can be have on the LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, besides the Facebook. So regular updates on your website, on your social media, which are relevant from the professional angle, not just the update anything, but from the professional angle, it is important and brands your image. Then the secure cloud-based computing. These days, the accounting software desktops are becoming very fast outdated. Now, cloud-based computing are becoming more and more popular. These are known as software as a service, SaaS, because these companies are popularizing and moving to SaaS model of accounting, secure cloud-based computing. And thereafter, in part of the infrastructure, double monitor screens will be required, and virtual network, remote test software, by way of which you should be able to assess the computer of the client in a manner that you are working right in their office, working on their computer. There are the softwares available like LogMeIn and remote desktop access. These are the software you should have knowledge and installed on your computer, and a high-speed internet from at least 2 ISPs, so that if one ISP is down, your work should not suffer. As in the beginning, I said that every date is the last date. So if there is on one particular day, internet of one company is down, then how will you deliver the work completed on the same day? Even if your manpower is available, you are available, everything is set up, and the internet is not there. So internet is high-speed internet should, at least from the 2 ISPs, should be there, and provision for power backup, disaster recovery plan for the data management and security, this should be in place. These are the infrastructure and data security requirements for, and now I take the data security. What are the best practices for the data safety and data security? You should set up the server at your end and set up the user permission and restriction. Employee should be able to access only that much of information which they need to know. Need to know is the basic principle for the employee, that every person is not granted all the folders permission. Only that folder permission is given for which his requirement to work on, and it should be dynamic. If a person is employee is removed from a particular project, his access should be removed, and next person's access should be given, like that. User permission and restriction. A strong password policy. All the tax organizations such as the IRS, they advocate that the password should be changed every 60 to 90 days, and it is a well-known practice that your password should be frequently changed. And another security practice is multi-factor authentication. It is like you log in with your username and password, you get the one-time password on your mobile or on the email. This is a multi-factor authentication. And employees as well as the management, they should be aware of the scans which are there in the IT environment, and train them not to click on any unknown link received in the email, because it may, just clicking on the link, it may hack your system, your phone, or like that, and you might be surprised that oh, I have done nothing, how this has happened. Or it might be possible that it may not come to your knowledge for many days or for many weeks. So awareness about the scams, their latest patterns should be made among the employees and management. And data for the data safety testing and assessing, this is very important. So the second point, infrastructure and data security requirement, I have explained these two. Accounting and tax software prevalent. What are the accounting software? We are talking from the point of view of new entry into the global practice. So the softwares are different in different countries. You need to get acquainted with their particular software of that country which you want to compete into or jump into. For example, for the United States or Canada, I practice in these North American countries. The accounting softwares are QuickBooks Online, QuickBooks Desktop, Zoho Books, and a very good thing for new entrants into the international market is these softwares, the QuickBooks Online and Zoho Books. These are available in India also. QuickBooks have their presence in many of the countries. They are present in the Canada, they are present in the UK, and I think UAE also. So you can just sign into the QuickBooks in India, get used to it, and I think within a week or so, you will get an expert hand on it. Thereafter, you can subscribe to the US version of QuickBooks. And similar is the Zoho Books. And our institute has entered into an agreement with the QuickBooks and the Zoho for a concessional membership. And it is a good that you get a concessional membership, learn on it, and then subscribe to their relevant countries. QuickBooks and Zoho Books also offer the exams for them, so that you may have a tag of certified QuickBooks Pro Advisor, certified QuickBooks Advisor, like that. And it is different for the different countries. If you are a QuickBooks Pro Advisor for India, it is for India. You have to pass the exam of US or UK as well separately, because basically all the things are same, but the tax is different. For example, in India it is GST. In United States it is sales tax. So that's why these softwares are little different for the taxes. Otherwise, the basic thing is the same. And besides these two softwares, QuickBooks Online and Zoho, Xero, Xero, Xero accounting software, NetSuite ERP, SAP SAP ERP, Page, Caseware, EasyX, TurboTax, and Go Simple. These are the accounting software. And for the tax return preparation software, Intuit Online, it is ProConnect, Pro Series for the desktop, and ATX, TurboTax. These are the software for the tax filing. And if you venture into the payroll practice, the ADP, Paycheck, BrightPay, Money software, these are the software you can try your hands on, so that you can have the good preparation for the new assignment. So these are the basically all the software, accounting and tax software. Now, besides these things of what is the global work and what is the qualification needed in infrastructure accounting. Now, next thing is, the last thing is, काम आएगा कैसे? Main thing is काम आएगा कैसे? How to find the opportunities for starting your practice. The opportunities for your practice mainly will come by marketing yourself. How would you market yourself? It is the now online platform. Whole world has become a global village. So you have to digitally market yourself. Your website should be good enough, and social media optimization should be good enough. And still, if you are marketing, but work is not inflowing, then have patience. It may take some time. Some person may get the work in first 3 months. Some persons may get in 6 months or 1 year, but you have to be patient and continue to invest yourself. And in the meantime, these websites, your social media gets the work generated for you. You can try your hand on the online platform which offer the work, which offer to enlist both the person willing to outsource and the person who is willing to undertake that work. The such platforms are Upwork, Pupil, Fiverr, Outsourcing, Workshoppers, Freelancers. You can just Google the online platforms for undertaking the outsourcing work. Google will list these. These platforms like Upwork, they charge a fee from the person who is providing the service. They charge from 5% to 10%. So in the beginning, when you have all the infrastructure and everything at your disposal, you can try your hands on these. But I don't think in the long term, such payment of commission is viable for the chartered accountant. So in the beginning of the year, you can try this, and you can try the CPF forms. You can Google CPF forms in Florida or the CPF forms in California like that, or CPF forms in Australia, CPF forms in UK. But be aware that they are getting bombarded with the emails from the countries like us, India, Philippines, and other countries which I have said. You make sure that you do not buy an email subscription list, because these subscription lists you purchase, definitely your email will go into spam folder. So do not expect anything. And another thing I will suggest that just send 20 emails, just fix a quota that I will not send more than this much of emails, 20 emails, 30 emails, or 50 emails. Do not send the 500 emails per day, because definitely Google will detect, and all the platforms, whether it is Google or Microsoft or anything else or other email platforms, they detect that this person is sending so much. They mark your email in the spam. So if your mail does not hit their inbox but their spam box, there is no use of sending that email. So be aware that your email do not get into the spam folder. You can initiate a partner or form a JV with the outsourcing firm, and if your known or relative person is there, you can get the initial work, but ultimately your ability and your potential to attract the work will come from unknown sources which you do not know in the beginning. Just like when you start your practice in India, you make a list that this person will give the work, this person will give the work, and this person will give the work. But only 20 to 25% of those persons the list give them the work. And the rest of the work come from the new sources. Same thing happens here also. You can try your links available so that you may get started. But ultimately, your ability, your marketability will give you the work. So, in the nutshell, I have covered these 4 points. Now, in the nutshell, you need to, I elaborate these points again. You need to invest a lot of your time searching for the companies online who needed the accounting service. Another thing is you can make an advertisement of the Google ads, but that is costly. So you have to invest a lot of your time searching for the companies who need the accounting. Then start connecting to the leads of small companies in the country of your interest. Sign up the, I have said that now I am taking the summary. Freelancing platforms like Upwork, Freelancer, and keep searching for the relevant work. These platforms have their own merit. First, they eat your percentage of sales as their charges, and they have their own service standard. I have remember one more thing about these platforms of work of freelancer. When you start the work, suppose you get the work, everything is settled, you now start the work. You have to hit the time start. That is login and time start, then start the work. If it is 1 hour, 2 hours, or 8 hours, you have to keep on that meter up. And if in that time you should not work on anything personal on that computer, because it continues to take the snapshot of your screen to establish, to evidence that work of particular client is being done. The shots are shared with the other part of the outsourcing who has given you the work. So that's why it's difficult. Even if you just check your email, and in that time it takes a snapshot, and in the daytime many snapshots like this come up, and your outsourcing person may be thinking that he's billing me, but he's doing his personal work. Then it's maybe a problem. So this was a point to keep in mind. Keep reaching to your leads through the various platforms such as LinkedIn, Facebook. Get the word of mouth and referrals from the existing clients when you start getting the work. After 1 year, 2 years, when you have a number of clients, say 4, 5, 10, then you can start getting the word of mouth or referrals from the existing clients. If they are satisfied, they will give you the referrals. So that's the main thing. And one more thing, nutshell summary, is your communication. The way you show the clarity and confidence in your capability, you will win more trust of your clients and even the prospective clients. Because unless we convince the prospective client, it will not convert into a client. We have to work, make the communication with the prospective client or the lead. And if we are able to satisfy the lead, then we shall be able to convert it as customer. So I think that's all from my side. If there are any question answers, then we can take up those questions.
Yes, sir. Let me check. Sir, one question from CA Ravi Sharma. Sir, kindly provide us the detail that on which platform we should market ourselves for getting work.
There are number of platforms. First of all, your own website is a must, even if small or big. And in order to market yourself, you need to continue to update itself with your blog, with your what you are capable of. And another thing is social media optimization. if you want to be in the top list of search engines, for example, if a person says that I need the accounts payable services, if you get in the top 10 or in the initial pages, you will see that Google will show you millions of results. If the first 5 or 10 pages of results you appear, then there are the chances that the prospective client have the look on you. So search engine optimization of your website and social media optimization of yourself are the best things to market yourself. And there is a need to continuously update these sites. Just prepare the website one time and never look it again. It will be difficult to come in the top. And social media optimization, every person is aware that LinkedIn, these are the professional networks, and if used intelligently, Facebook, you can use it for your professional work. Do not update here and there the things which are not relevant professionally. Just plan your brand, your image, and update accordingly.
Thank you, sir. Next question is from CA Yogesh Chopra ji. What is the average hourly rate of payment that is paid by overseas unit?
It depends on the nature of work. Whether you want the basic bookkeeping, accounts payable, tax return, there are different rates prevalent in the different countries. And jumped into the market are not just chartered accountants, but the other professionals, just the bookkeepers, and even the rate normally in the US market is from $8 to $12 per hour. But there are persons who are offering the services for the $5 also. There might be chances that you have to compete yourself. And there are persons who offer the high brand, for example, $14 per hour, $15 per hour. And there are other matters of financial planning, providing the financial statement. These attract the even higher rates. And there are the chances of IFRS and accounting standards like prevalent in their country. These services offer the higher rates. So everything depends. It's not flat rate.
Thank you, sir. Next question, CA Ankur Nanavati. Where is the link? Is any link available to subscribe QuickBook at concessional rate as ICAI member? Any concessional rate is provided by ICAI or no?
I think these days QuickBooks have fallen behind a little bit. When it started, we have been given the concessional rate of bundle of the companies, but since last year, I think they have reduced their support services. But still, you can contact their office, QuickBooks office, and Zoho Books is also available in India. In fact, Zoho has now overtaken the QuickBooks in India. Overtaken in the sense their market share is increasing. So you can, even if the concessional rate is not available, you can subscribe one company and try your hands on and get a good experience.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Our next question is from CA Sanjeev Nanda. What are the 4-5 important things to keep in mind when starting with a new overseas client?
The most important thing is communication. Understand what they want to say, what they want to get the work done. Do not just carry on from your perspective only. Understand the perspective of a client also. And second thing important is the data security. The data security is very important. The slightest of thing, slightest of doubt he gets that my data is not secure, then there might be chances that he may not lie and just get some initial small round of work with you and then withdraw. So data security is another important thing. And the third thing is timeliness of the work. Every time you deliver the work as per plan. As I said, daily there is a last date. Every date is the last date. So you should have your infrastructure set up to deliver in time. And the last thing is, of course, everyone knows that quality of work should be good enough. He should not regret his decision that why I outsourced. This should never be the case. I always take care that if the client leave me for the outsourcing, it will not only bring bad name for me, it will bring a bad name for my country also. So quality of work is a topmost.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. One next question. CA Ronak. From where to access to research paper on global outsourcing? Any research paper is available?
Yes, sir. This paper is available on the institute website. It's freely downloadable. Let me see if I have that link readily available. No, just search in the Google. The name of the publication is Accounting Process Outsourcing Insights on Major Economies. This is the name of the paper. Just Google it and download from the institute website.
Thank you, sir. I request audience, if you have any query, kindly submit query as soon as possible. And sir, now second last query, how to generate lead of outsourcing client? I think we already covered from social media and other things. So I am going on another question. CA
freelancer, you may try your hands on that also, but they ask for the certain percentage of fee.
CA Parveen Jain, how to bid, that is price point to get the work at freelancer platform.
Please repeat your question.
Freelancer platform.
The name of the platform?
No, he just how to bid to get the work at freelancer platform.
Just create a profile at their platform and list all your capabilities, your availability, list the services which you can offer, list the rate, and thereafter you can place your bid on the project, then search on the project that I want the accounting project. A list of projects will be shown and you can place the bid on it, your best competitive bid, and thereafter an interview is scheduled face to face using their platform itself, for example, the Upwork. And if the things between these two parties materializes, then the work starts.
Thank you, sir. Last question. CA Ajay Goyal, kindly share your number and email ID.
I will not like to share that because I am also got bombarded with that email.
No issue. And sir, one question, CA Rohit Garg. Sir, please brief what to write in description on website like freelancing.
You can take the idea of some other person, but do not copy them. Do not copy them. Search for the service providers who offer the accounting services. And out of those, you can look for the profile of a chartered accountant, and you can get an idea how they have listed in themselves. But I again repeat that do not just copy paste. Prepare according to your personality, looking into that, but do not copy paste it. Copy paste will not serve the purpose. You are a unique person. Your profile should be unique.
Thank you, sir. One question coming from CA Manish Okhrana. How to check the overseas company is genuine or not?
there are different methods to check. First of all, they have if they have shown it will be true for both, whether outsourcing company or Indian company. It will be true for both. Whether they have their addresses indicated on the website, their contact number are indicated. I have seen in many cases that beautiful website is created, but no physical location, no contact number is given, only the contact form is given, and or alternatively only an email is given. That does not help to create the confidence in both the sides. You will see that whether this person is genuine, and they may also see that if this person is genuine or not. And the second thing is, you can search their genuineness. Every person, every business is listed on the website of Secretary of State in the United States. You can search their business if it is listed there. You can, for example, if you are looking for a business in California, just go to the website of Secretary of State, and the search option is given. You can search there that if this business is listed or not.
Thank you, sir. CA Rushikesh Parveen Daga. Sir, institute article name, please repeat again how to search institute website.
It is Accounting Process Outsourcing, APO, Accounting Process Outsourcing, and then Insight on Major Economy.
So there is no further query. So I just get the call from Nandaji. He's joining us in 2-3 minutes, and we can start second session. So I request Harsh Mittalji, Vice Chairman, Hyderabad branch, to give the formal vote of thanks. Harsh Mittalji.
Thank you, Nitesh Bhai. Thank you, Vipin ji. First of all, I would like to thank CA Sunil Khullar ji for taking the first session on global accounting and compliances, gateway for Indian CAs into international market. This was really a very interactive seminar, and I think today CA Sunil Khullar ji has birthday. So I also like to wish a very happy birthday to Sunil Khullar ji.
Happy birthday, sir.
I would also like to thank the Vice Chairman of CPE Committee, ICAI, CA Charanjot Singh Nandaji, who is joining us. And I also would like to thank all the panelists, CA Vipin Sharma ji, Moderator, Jitendra Chawla ji, Branch Chairman, and Nitesh Parashar ji, Branch Secretary, and all the participants who have joined from NIRC different regions. Thank you all. We shortly starting the second session. Thank you, Vipin ji. Over to you, sir.
The time, Nandaji.
I have just reached. It is raining cats and dogs. But before that, I want you to give your 5-minute address, because I am receiving calls from so many members all across the country. Young chartered accountants, you are aware that with going of GST and press report that companies up to 2 crores may not need the audit to be done by chartered accountants. So how they can change? You are a living example of changing yourself into an outsourcing practice. Your 5-minute address, how they can go stepwise, what steps they have to take, how they have to start, from where they have to. You can give something about your life you have done, because you also started from a small place in Mandi Govindgarh. How you acquired clients, how you went ahead, and what are the services which you feel young chartered accountants can give. We want to support them, and this would be great help. Please, sir.
Okay, thank you. And it will be a nutshell summary again. As Nandaji has told that many chartered accountants are trying to get into this profession since the additional opportunities thrown in the COVID area needs to be tapped into. So those chartered accountants which are willing and want to jump into the global practice, then they must first do their homework well. Whatever we have done, I have started this practice in year 2004. That was in different time, and more than 17 years have elapsed. The technology has changed, but we are still surviving. You need to continue to update yourself. If you have learned one thing, it will not serve you all your life because the outer world is changing. That thing is not valid for all the time. You need to continue to update yourself. Continuous updation yourself, continuous learning is the main key. Whatever softwares were prevalent in year 2004, those softwares are still there. Some softwares have expired, some are still valid, but their functioning has completely changed. Now everything is on the cloud. There's a different, and every year the new features are coming in. The latest in this thing is the artificial intelligence. Unless you learn or go at par with these new developments, you may be maybe out of the market. So be sure that you do not lag far behind in the terms of technology, in the terms of artificial intelligence, in the terms of cloud computing. You need to update yourself. This is the one thing which we need to deliver. But where to deliver? Where is the client? Client is not with me, is not with any particular platform, may or may not get. For that purpose, you need to market yourself. Unless you will market yourself, unless you will sell yourself, then you will not get the work. You should think on not just learning the software part, the technology part. You need to get your eye on the market part itself. Market part is the most important part. Unless you will market, I again repeat and again repeat, that marketability, create a marketability of yourself. And marketability, for marketability, do not copy paste, just copy paste that this is copied from this website and this is copied from this website. No, create your unique content. It is very important. Most of the people alter and make the shortcut on this area. If you copy paste it, it will not only be a copyright infringement of the original author, Google also penalizes you. Google will not pick your website on a high rank. Then if you Google, in terms of Google, your ranking is not there, then how the prospective client will reach you? Just type in the Google outsource accounting services. You will see the results are millions. If your website is on the say 450th page, then there is no use. It should be in on the front page. On the everyone cannot be on the front page, but on the top 5, 10, 25 pages, many persons click like that they do not. This is not relevant. This is not relevant. Go quickly. You have the chance that you got the attention. So market yourself to be in order to sell and get the client. This is the key. This is all the things, and just not sharing the things here and there in the social media, but only the relevant things need to be shared with the prospective visitors. Think from the point of view of prospective visitors who want to hire you, what he wants to see of a service provider. He see that it must be the trustworthy, he must be qualified, he must be able to deliver on time. Highlight these points on your presentation. that you are competent enough to deliver these things to you. That's all. Market, market, and market.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And CA Vinod Chhabla ji, CA JS Aluwalia ji, and Jatit Garg ji wish you happy birthday. And one question from CA Vinod Kumar Chhabla ji, sir, do we need a private limited company to start practice globally, or where we can do it in our own name?
Sir, there is no restriction on doing your own name. You can do it, but there are statutory requirements. For example, the obtaining of an import-export code, complying with the FEMA, and all these things. I personally have set up a private limited company with the permission of ICAI, set up as management consultancy company. So better to keep it separate, because it is if your mind is set up to undertake the outsourcing work seriously, then it must be set up separately, so that a growth engine need to be separately from for this outsourcing industry, or domestic practice maybe in some years falling behind and that entity flowing away. So I will suggest that set up a management consultancy company, as institute has allowed us. So why not we take advantage of it?
Thank you, sir. Now, Nandaji, Vice Chairman CP Committee, has already joined us in Faridabad branch. So I request and hand over mic to CA Nitesh Parasharji to start for the second session. And thank you, Sunil Khullarji. Thank you once again on behalf of Faridabad branch also. Thank you.
And
Thank you, Vipinji.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Guru Sahib, and wish you a very happy birthday. Great. We'll celebrate it once we are there in Govind, sir. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vipinji. So before starting the next session, I request our managing committee members and our own charters, sector council members, Jatin Nandaji, to come forward for lighting of lamp. वही
On. Table. Picture.
आगे
बोले ना।
इसको कैमरे पे दर्शित कर दें। Now I request everyone to kindly raise for national anthem and ICAI voucher song.
बोले ना इसी को। जने गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा, उच्छल जलधि तरंगा, तब शुभ नामे जागे, तब शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे सब जय गाता, जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Our motto song.
सुप्तेषु जागृति, सुप्तेषु जागृति, इसमें डाल
Now I request our moderator, CA Vipin Sharma ji, to kindly introduce the second session speaker, Nanda sir, who is also a vice chairman of CPE committee. Vipin ji?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Nitesh ji. Thank you, sir. I welcome CA Charanjot Singh Nanda ji, Vice Chairman of CPE Committee of Institute of Chartered Accountant of India. As I am 100% sure that in audience, 99% audience already knows about the Nanda ji, और नंदा जी का इंट्रोडक्शन पढ़ना सूरज को दिया दिखाने के बराबर है। और आई थिंक नंदा जी इंडिया में ही नहीं बल्कि बाहर भी इनका बहुत नाम है। जिस तरीके से ये मोटिवेशनल स्पीच और टॉपिक के ऊपर जो हमको मोटिवेट करते हैं उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं फिर भी अभी बताना चाहूँगा नंदा जी के बारे में। CS Nanda sir is the chairman of Internal Standard Board and Committee on Management Accounting and Vice Chairman of CPE Committee. He is very experienced practicing chartered accountant and is practicing in the different field. With the commitment to serve the profession, he has been a member of SEBI, SAFA Committee and IRDS Steering Committee. As an avid speaker, he shares his knowledge in India and abroad at various events organized by ICAI and other reputed institutes. So, now I welcome C.A. Charanjot Singh Nandaji to start the second session over the topic of outsourcing and global accounting. Nitaji, please check unmute.
विपिन जी मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
Yes sir, आ रही है.
वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड.
बट वीडियो ऑफ हो गई है.
अभी ऑन कर रहे हैं.
Yes sir. Yes.
Should I start?
Yeah.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am truly honored to come and speak on the dais of the branch which is very close to me. I want to tell you that today I am very much emotionally charged because this is I am emotionally charged because this is the last seminar I would be addressing in this year. You are all aware that tomorrow the court starts for the election. The election will be held on 3rd and 4th of December. And by the time the result comes, it will be the end of the year. So this is the last appearance I am making to public and large on an official platform. Ladies and gentlemen, our institute, the Great Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, was set up by an Act of Parliament way back on 1st July 1949. When the most important document to the democracy, the Constitution, was not adopted. All of you are well aware that the Constitution to this great country was adopted on 26 January 1950. The pertinent question that arises is, what prompted the Constituent Assembly to set up an Institute of Chartered Accountants of India when its own democratic setup was not in place? The answer is very candid, very simple, very forthcoming. They were looking for a disciplined band of soldiers to steer this country out of confusion. And my dear brothers and sisters, time has come. We are at crossroads. The entire economy is in doldrums, and we chartered accountants need to bail the entire economy and put it to the path of progress. I have been receiving numerous calls from young chartered accountants and chartered accountants from coastal towns who are very candidly saying that opportunities are going down. Yes, you all are aware that GST audit has gone. You all are aware the tax audit less than 10 crores has been specified amount of cash has been withdrawn, is again not required. There is an unconfirmed media report that audit of companies less than 2 crores may be abolished. मैं आपको बड़ी शिद्दत से बताना चाहता हूं that God is great. When one door is closed, 3 more doors are opened. There are so many opportunities, and let us come out, let us start our learning again. I want to tell you, my dear friends, outsourcing is one of those areas that will change your mindset. The government is very much emphasizing its agenda of ease of doing business. Therefore, they want that involvement of professionals to be less when the work has to be done. Let us see how much it goes, because I don't feel that industry or any trade body can move without the active help of professionals. But today, when the government is experimenting to do so, I would like to say that let us not be deterred. When we did our CA, we ultimately set up our practices by hard way. We are used to live in a hard way. And I am reminded of a couplet which said, "Main akela hi chala tha zalibe manzil. Main akela hi chala tha zalibe manzil. Log judte gaye, karwa banta gaya." You have to create the structure of practice in this way. I have my friend Sunil Kular who is here. I met Mr. Kular in 2004. Mr. Kular said that, "Sir, I don't feel comfortable going to income tax department." I said, "Don't worry." He said, "I want to do something where I can be an entrepreneur in my own capacity." Mr. Kular, who belongs to a small city in Punjab, Mandi Govindgarh, set up a practice of his own. He has his own building, Kular House. And I want to tell you very proudly that he is contemplating to get his company a public issue. Outsourcing is a great area. Outsourcing will ensure 3 very important things. Pehli important keys. आप जितनी मेहनत करना चाहते हैं, आपको उतनी उसरत मिलेगी. How much you want to work, you will be paid accordingly. I'll give you so many statistics when I start my presentation. Second important thing, you are answerable to none. It is your work that shall rule the roost. You shall not be physically speaking to anybody. The work comes, you give it to the person. And third, payment. Immediate payment is released when the work is done. Overseas people are very good paymasters. And an Indian chartered accountant always has that edge. I remember the boom of technology, California. They used to say, we pay Indian chartered accountant 35% more than their counterparts. Maybe they are Sri Lankans, Pakistanis, or Palestinians. We know how to work hard and we know how to perform. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't get deterred by any such things. Don't let negativity come in you. इंसान की सबसे बड़ी दुश्मन उसकी नेगेटिविटी होती है. इंसान की सबसे बड़ी दुश्मन उसकी ये सोच होती है कि क्या होगा. मैं आपसे बड़ी शिद्दत के साथ बताना चाहता हूं कि हमारी जिंदगी के अंदर बहुत कुछ है. We can do wonderful things, and a person who is a chartered accountant is the most luckiest person on this earth. Doing chartered accountancy is something which is not humanly possible without hard work. I'm reminded again of a couplet which I will share with you. The couplet says, "Jo khairat mein milti kamyabi, jo khairat mein milti kamyabi, to har shakhs kamyab hota. Fir kadam na hoti kisi hunar ki, aur na hi koi shakhs lajawab hota." Hum lajawab log hain, mehnat mein shakkat se kaam karte. I come up to my presentation. Can you please put in my presentation? I'll take a minute till the screen is being shared. I'll discuss 2-3 more opportunities before I go ahead. The second opportunity is in technology. और technology और outsourcing अगर मिल जाए तो deadly combination. Some people ask me, how can a chartered accountant do technology? My answer is, do you drive a Mercedes? Yes. When you drive a Mercedes, you don't do the service for your Mercedes. You don't bend its engine. A Mercedes चलाते हैं तो उसका इंजन तो ना बनाते. You are a driver, we are managers. What do we do in technology? We drive and see the impact and outcome of technology implementation in any business entity. What do you do in technology? In technology, you take care of so many things. You take the help of blockchains. You take the help of artificial intelligence. You take the help of cloud computing. You take the help of robotics. You take the help of Internet of Things. You do so many things. And these things are so simple that they are always used by us. Please understand, technology is something that will change our mind. Apart from technology, you can do a lot of things in just let the screen be. Great. Full face. This quarter. Am I audible or should I start the screen?
Yes, sir.
Very good. स्क्रीन दिख रही है विपिन जी?
यस सर।
स्क्रीन दिख रही है?
अभी पहले देख रही थी, अब हट गई है तो।
I'm sorry, there is a technical glitch. By the time it starts, I'll just proceed with what I was saying. I was speaking about professional opportunities in forensic audit. You all will be knowing that there are technical issues in companies. There are so many issues in companies, there are so many fudging, there are so many frauds, that it is imminent that investigation be carried out. And for that, chartered accountants are the best professionals available. अगर आप पूरे arena के अंदर बात करें about the opportunities which are available in this new area, I told you outsourcing. I'll discuss fully on that. I told you technology. Technology also is very, very important. You are aware that even GST now is on a technology platform. Leave aside GST, go for faceless assessment. That is also on technology. All our members' articles, data, everything is now self-supporting port, SSP. So all things now are driven by technology. So we chartered accountants have to become a facilitator in ensuring that technology is taken its greatest avenue and is used for a robust and effective service of our clients. Third, I told you on forensic accounting. Your institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, is the first institute in the world to bring out forensic auditing standards. We have forensic auditing standards. You can use them to undertake forensic and fraud investigations. The next is internal audit. Internal audit is one of those sunrise areas which has grown. I happen to be the chairman of Internal Audit Standard Board. And by God's grace, I was the founder of this committee in 2004 when I joined the council. Entire last year, we did programs on empowering small and medium practitioners. We are keen that if we lose some audits, you should be compensated at least 10 times by the other areas. And one of those areas which will help you be compensated is internal audit. Last year, we went ahead and did a total series on empowering small and medium practitioners. This year, we are doing a series which runs on each and every Saturday. We have it next Saturday also on 4th September. That is on technology as an enabler of internal audit process. If you want to set up large practices, you need to incorporate technology and use it. They get the benefit of technology. Earlier in internal audit, we used to do sample checking. Now there is no question of sample checking. With technology, you do 100% checking and you are able to bring out effectively the results, exceptions. I take the case of 148. You see, so many notices are received under 148. That is only due to artificial intelligence. They use it for creating exception reporting. And that exception reporting is shared with all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, please understand one thing very candidly, that now profession has went to the next era, went to the next system where it can work and perform. Just give me a second. Give me 1 second so that I am able to put my PPT. Give me 1 second.
Sir, kindly share PPT with me.
अरे कंपनी में एक शुभम फोटो से PPT आई हुई है, वो दोनों मेरे इस पे भेज, दोनों इस पे भेज, जल्दी वो आइए, दोनों भेज दे मेरे WhatsApp पे, अंदर भी ऊपर भी नीचे ही है, जल्दी भेज। ये देखो, ये दोनों प्रेजेंटेशन, ये PPT है, कितना मैं ट्रांसफर करनी है, हाँ, चलो उस पे भेज जाओ, जल्दी देखो भेजो। WhatsApp भी कर दो आपको, WhatsApp भी कर दो।
Nanda sir?
Yes,
I
sir.
have shared the screen. Please check if Sunil ji, please unmute. Sunil sir, please unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. And are you seeing our share screen?
No. We are just taking a look.
It will take only 1 minute. They are not putting it.
Please share the screen presentation. The screen of your Zoom is available only.
Give me only 1 minute. We are doing it. 1 second. 1 minute only. Am I audible, Kunal sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Well, it will take only 1 moment. They're just putting it. I'm sorry. Where I was speaking about internal audit. Internal audit is one of the sunrise areas. And one more area which I want to tell for young chartered accountants. That is training. You would be surprised to know that maximum budget of the government training gets exhausted. We don't have trainers across the country. What types of training a young chartered accountant can give? 1, how to take a PAN number. Number 2, how to file your tax return. Number 3, finance for non-finance professionals. How to write your personal books. How to keep account of your shared transactions. You are aware that we have now allowed to chartered accountants also at public and large and your clients do a lot of share transactions. How you use those share transactions for income tax purposes is again an area where training can be imparted. Ladies and gentlemen, we chartered accountants have so many things at our control. We have so many opportunities at our control. In outsourcing also, you see, we have left accounting over the years now. I can tell you from next some time onwards, say for a year or 1.5 years from now, the only area which have been focused would be accounting. Accounting has taken again glamorous propositions. You do a lot of bad consultancy, which you call GST in India. Bad consultancy all over the world is done by us. Reconciliation services. You are aware we do so many reconciliation services in India. So internationally also reconciliation services are done by chartered accountant and it is outsourced. I want to tell you that India has now become the outsourcing home for the entire world. What happened in Yuan, in China, after that the entire outsourcing has come to India. And I want to give the good news that Gurgaon is adjudged as the biggest outsourcing hub in the world. And when it comes to outsourcing, the greatest beneficiaries shall only be chartered accountants. When I share my PPT, I am keen to share the PPT because it has so many of information which you would like to know. What is the quantum of services that has been coming? What is the impact of pandemic which we are using for our benefit? So, ladies and gentlemen, please be assured that our thought process, our mindset is very, very important in terms of creating value and worth for ourselves and for the client. We don't serve our client, we serve. We don't serve our clients, we serve the stakeholders, the regulators, and the government alike. And that feeling will ultimately help us create a system where we are able to effectively help ourselves also and help the entire thought process in which we can work. The PPT is ready. We'll just start in a second. Get them to the work. PPT is visible now? Vipinji?
Yeah, visible now.
Great.
Yeah.
Now, I will first come on not hiring on outsourcing. What is knowledge process outsourcing? Outsourcing core information related business activities. All activities of business can be outsourced. And who can be a better person? Vipinji? So where do you find a person better than a chartered accountant who can help you there? And an Indian chartered accountant who has abundance of training experience can ultimately do outsourcing services for the entire world. What does it require? Advanced analytical and technical skills, as well as high degree of expertise, which we have in abundance. KPO includes all types of research, information gathering, equity, business, market research, legal, medical services, animation, design, etc. So we can choose our core areas and just work into that. Now, very nice proposition for us. Account process outsourcing. Yes, we can take care of accounting, which is a great important area for us. And let me tell you, corporations in countries like USA, UK, European Union, Australia, New Zealand, UAE, Canada outsource their accounting to nations like India. ध्यान से सुने मेरी बात को. India, Philippines, Indonesia, and Vietnam. When it comes to all these 4 countries, we are undoubtedly the top leader. Our chartered accountants are adjust as the best accounting professionals across the country. अब देखिए, numbers, I was just emphasizing that numbers will prove India is better. India has the youngest population. I had the opportunity to go on cruise from Seattle, US to Alaska for 14 days. When I entered the cruise, I was taken aback because all my companions, which were in thousands, were people who are about 70 years. I may look to be very senior, but I am only 52 years old. So India has a large young population which is ready to do whatever is required. My young chartered accountants, please don't at all be deterred by negativity. जिंदगी में आप जब किसी चीज को हासिल करते हो तो इतनी बेहतर तरीके से आप हासिल करते हो कि आपको सोचना भी नहीं पड़ता कि जिंदगी में आगे क्या करना है. जो भी आपको नेगेटिविटी कर रहे हो आपके दोस्त नहीं. मैं आपको बता रहा हूं, कहते हैं ना, न डरा मुझे ये वक्त, नाकाम तेरी हर कोशिश होगी, जिंदगी के मैदान में खड़ा हूं दुआओं का काफिला लेकर. Outsourcing means great compensation, great rewards, and we are all ready to accumulate all skills and deliver the best. आपको अगर कुछ international laws को समझना है, किसी country specific, you want to learn them, it is only a matter of days for you. Look at the IT outsourcing industries growth. It is expected a growth of 7.25% and 8,830 billion rupees. Please understand, India ranks first in the list of countries with highest ISO 9000 certified software companies. Best number 1. India is only second to US in list of largest English-speaking countries. Please understand, UK is not there. So we speak more than England English. Now, third wave of IT. Please look into the reality. There was a feeling that third wave of COVID-19 virus may come in. If this comes or doesn't come, we are on a great path of improvement. With major crisis, whenever a crisis had come, there is a sharp increase in outsourcing and even offshoring, particularly in India. When the pandemic came and after that, the quantum of work which is being outsourced to India has increased many-fold. Next, now we have number of workforce working at home. This will add a lot because working from home gives a clear advantage to professionals in India because most of the firms want to employ 100-200 people, and when the employees work at home, it becomes easy because you don't need great infrastructures to house those people. Business continuity and disaster recovery. You are aware that business continuity has been an issue, and I am reminded that people in UK, particularly London, have been afraid because business continuity has stopped. And when business continuity becomes a question, all lending will have to be stopped by banks at that moment. But Indian IT industry, with its remote working, मैं थोड़ा सा रास्ते से हटकर आपको एक बात बताना चाहता हूँ. We, Indian Chartered Accountancy Firm, is an integral part of IFAC, the International Federation of Accountants. And amongst 150 chartered firms, 150 institutes which are a part, your institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, came with guidance on remote audit way back on 30th March 2020, when COVID had barely started. मेरी बात को ध्यान रखें, सर झुका के जिए, मेहनत से जिए. कहते हैं ना, जिन्हें पड़ जाती है आदत सर झुका के चलने की, दोस्तों उनके सरों पर कभी ताज नहीं आते. We are entrepreneurs in our own stride. We have to create value. Please understand, even when India was under the second wave, the remote work continued and helped Indian IT companies to permanently establish its utility in the world. There has been major cost saving. Reason? Because of working at home, because of cutting down all the associated costs like rent, property tax, cleaning, maintenance, security, utilities. Our bottom lines have grown. And I want to tell you, you can see this if you look at the stock markets. The technology shares are at its all-time high. See how they are moving ahead, how they are working. What work can a CA do for services abroad? Finance and accounts. Please, paper में कट्टी करें आप क्या काम करना चाहते हैं. You have to find out the area which you want to do from here. Finance and accounts is an area where you can do for. Second is internal audit. Yes, internal auditing is a great area. Financial analyst, a sunrise area, risk advisory, which was earlier a part of internal audit, now is a separate facet altogether. Receivables and payables, very, very important. Consultancy services in areas like direct, indirect, and more importantly, international tax. We are masters of it. Please let not negativity deter you. हमें परेशानी होती है, दुख होता है. ये भी चला गया, ये भी चला गया, ये भी चला गया. गवर्नमेंट अपनी ease of doing business के तहत ये कर रही है. काउंसिल पूरी शिद्दत के साथ ये चाह रही कि हमारी कोई अपॉर्चुनिटी कम ना हो, लेकिन काउंसिल पूरी मेहनत के साथ और अपॉर्चुनिटीज ला रही है जो आप घर पे बैठकर, अपने ऑफिस में बैठकर, किसी से वीजा कंपटीशन ना करते हुए अच्छा काम कर सकते. मर्जर एक्विजिशन, फंडिंग अरेंजमेंट्स, आपको सुनकर ताज्जुब होगा कि फंडिंग अरेंजमेंट्स में हम बहुत ज्यादा अग्रणी है पूरे इंटरनेशनल फंड्स में. सोर्स ऑफ फंड्स एंड कहां कम फंड ला सके. IFRS, इंटरनेशनल फाइनेंशियल reporting standards, and CFO outsourcing. Sorry, let me tell you about CFO outsourcing. The basic thing, I tried to move through the region, and I met young chartered accountants. I met a young chartered accountant in Kharad. I told you can do outsourcing. He said, I am doing it, sir. And he showed me his mobile, the entire app. I can send it to you. You know my number. Please write a WhatsApp to me. I will send it to you. I was in Amritsar. There a young gentleman met me. He has his own presentation, qualified. He has his own website on outsourcing and has qualified a year back. There are so many issues which we need to tackle with respect to setting our practices. CFO outsourcing. People who have done work in corporates can always go ahead for CFO outsourcing. What services a CA can provide abroad? इसके अलावा मैं आपको थोड़ी सी बात बताता हूँ. You can update records of bill payment and match them to relevant work orders. These are the ones which we have been doing traditionally. But in India, the businessmen are not very good paymasters. When you do it for an international client, you are paid on an hourly basis. Preparing the billing invoices, reconciling firms' cash receipts and deposits, preparing and filing payrolls and payment of taxes on a timely basis. Payroll accounting, salary accounting, they have more than 5 to 10,000 employees is a great thing. Preparing GST, VAT, state tax returns. Assisting in preparation of federal and state returns, income tax returns. Medical billing services, transition and setup services of accounts, forensic accounting and examination of documents. Let me tell you, there is one free forensic which you can do in India also, for Indian clients also. People who do organizations who do more forensic. They take services of chartered accountants who can do the data cloning, who could do their data analytics, so that they are able to effectively focus on forensic. Now, what are the four major elements which you need? First, network. Institute has now allowed networking and MTP. Networking is that I don't need to be partner. I'm sitting here. I see with me Mr. Nitin Prashar, Mr. Shinghari. I see with me Mr. Dhillon. All of us have different firms. Let them remain in different firms. All four of us can join together and not do a test function, but do consultancy on a similar name. Four of us can join and have one more networking setup setting. We can join 4-5 more partners to come and join. All of us can do work in networking. At the same time, we can train our articles, we can do RBI, we can do CAG work, we can do audits, but only for consulting we can join together. That can be by way of a networking firm or by way of a management consulting company where all of us can be on boards. Please, जब तक हम सीए करते हैं बहुत पढ़ते हैं, सीए के बाद भी इस आदत को जिंदा रखें, क्योंकि अगर हमने तरक्की करनी है तो हमें जरूरत है इंस्टीट्यूट के लेटेस्ट इनिशिएटिव से वाकिफ होने. Infrastructure. Yes, you need IT infrastructure. When you have the best infrastructure, uninterrupted internet and seamless backup facility, international clients will more than be happy to work with you. Third, confidentiality. हमारे हिंदुस्तान में हम हमेशा इस बात को डिस्कस करते हैं कि confidentiality बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है, लेकिन आज ये बात को बहुत शिद्दत से समझना पड़ेगा कि internationally confidentiality is a big issue. Internationally, confidentiality is a big issue. If data agreements, if the documents, if the information is shared, the responsibility is fixed on us. So we have to showcase that we have to ultimately ensure that confidentiality is at the highest level. Team of required skills, training. We can keep graduates, we can keep chartered accountants, but you need to train a team of talented and skills professionals so that they are able to work in accordance with the best practices of the globe. Agla question hai, can CS file taxes, conduct audit in the name of law? No. If you don't have the local qualification there, you can't do audit, you can't file returns, because internationally if you file returns, then also your membership number has to be there, which has to be, if you have a CPE, you can use that. So how do you do that? I know number of chartered accountants. Our next speaker who will be coming here, Mr. Rajat Chavla, he has taken CPE, he has done CPE, and we have got very simple reciprocal arrangements with ICAI, Institute of England and Wales, and with CPE Australia, where you can always have the CPE degree. But if you want to simply do pre-audit services, then you don't need it. But if you want to file returns, then you need to have those services. And you need, if you are in Australia, you need to be registered with Tax Practitioners Board so that unscrupulous people do not come in. You can be, I told you, you can be a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of England and Wales in UK to be able to file payroll taxes and year-end taxes. So if you want to file those taxes, you have to give only 2 papers. Any chartered accountant is qualified in India, and you can be a member of ICAI. Other than the courses you have, you can always do courses like CPA, Chartered Financial Analysts, if you want to go into data analytics, if you want to do research with respect to companies. You have so many reciprocal and MOUs with Australia, with Canada, with Ireland, with Malaysia and South Africa. South Africa, I tell you that Indian chartered accountants are sort of, our qualification is totally mandated there, and they want an Indian chartered accountant. In US CPA, I want to tell you, the Indian chartered accountant is recognized as an educational course, and when you want to do CPA, you get a lot of benefits there. So there are so many things. If you want to do CFA, you can do level 1, level 2, and get into equity research, get into equity consulting, and more importantly, into serving the entire world by your knowledge. Major challenges. What are the challenges? Please understand. जिंदगी में एक कदम आगे बढ़ाना होता है, लाइफ में उसके ऊपर नहीं करना पड़ता. I told you earlier also that if you take one step ahead, you move. There is a very nice couplet which I would like to share. The couplet says, सोचने से कहाँ मिलते हैं तमन्नाओं के शहर, सोचने से कहाँ मिलते हैं तमन्नाओं के शहर, चलने की जिद भी जरूरी है मंजिल पाने के लिए. If you want to develop a big infrastructure, you need to overcome the challenges first, developing your nation. Please understand, you are a great institute in yourself. You can't be relaxing and get the work done. You have to take a front seat and start working. You have to be having the best of the infrastructure, best of the knowledge. Second, time zones. When you do outsourcing, by the time you want to sleep, is the time when US opens, Canada opens. So you have to have different time zones so that the people who will be doing outsourcing work shall be attuned to work on different time zones. Second, great communication. You need to effectively speak and make yourself clear. Young chartered accountants who want to set up outsourcing practices should first start speaking in English with their peers and peers, start looking at English programs and English newspapers. All chartered accountants are well versed in English, I don't want to say so. But when you have a communication on an international level, your English speaking powers should be at the highest level. And then it is being confident. Your confidence shall make a difference. We chartered accountants in India are competing with Big Four. 500 of the firms that are competing with Big Four. Somebody has come from Rewari, somebody comes from Bhind, somebody comes from Bareilly, somebody comes from Fagwada, somebody comes from Amritsar, somebody comes from Yamunanagar. All those people who had the dreams have come ahead to create value and worth. I'm again reminded of a couplet which says, अपने हौसलों को ये खबर करते रहो, अपने हौसलों को ये खबर करते रहो, जिंदगी मंजिल नहीं है, सफर है, चलते रहो. Confidentiality is a great issue. Privacy and data security. Cyber security is very important, and therefore, if you want to do any outsourcing work, your thought process have to be very clear. Now, UAE and Gulf, opportunity for Indian CEs to move ahead. I would just like to give you one very good thing. You are aware that in January 2018, UAE introduced VAT, and which is principally like GST adopted in India and in the future. Now, we shall see other Gulf countries also enacting VAT in line with GCC VAT agreement between all Gulf countries. And today also, Indian chartered accountants are doing a large work in outsourcing work, not only in Dubai, but entire Gulf. Indian chartered accountants are used as employees also, and they are used as service providers and consultants across the globe. I would like to tell you that ICAI has signed MOU with Qatar Financial Services in June 22, only for the betterment of our working, as well as I was a part of when this was being signed. I was a part of it. It is largely for exploring professional and business opportunities for ICAI members. So ICAI members can be gainfully employed there, and they get a lot of work which they can do it. Now, what are the acts which you need to know? So when you want to start an accounting process outsourcing program, you need to know the specific provisions of GST, FEMA, because a lot of money will be exchanged, you will receive a lot of money from outside, foreign trade policy 2015 and 2020. You need an IAC number. For IAC number, you need to obtain a PAN and current account with a bank which is authorized to deal in foreign exchange. An application, I told you, can be filed with an application fee of 500 rupees. You need registration membership number from SCPC regarding your movements, regarding your working on overseas clients. GST, you are aware that when you are exporting, you need to have a letter of undertaking so that you don't have to pay GST. So LUT is again where you can claim the refund of ITC under the form GST RFD01 and RFD01A. Next, receiving forex payments. You receive forex payment, you receive payment in foreign currency, therefore applicability of FEMA would be entitled. You will need the country of destination of services, IEC code, inward remittance purpose code, And I've just tried to tell you that your code shall be accounting, auditing, and bookkeeping services. So once you do, you'll be well versed with it. Now, Indian government's outsourcing policies. I will spend a minute here. Indian government is very keen that we outsource our services abroad. First, IT Act 2000. It gives a boost to us. It offers legal recognition to us, digital transactions, signatures, and other modes of economic commerce for protection of data. If you do some work for an international client, IT Act 2000 is supported. Indian Contract Act 1872. It provides your rights and remedies when you deal with a foreign or any other client. Foreign exchange regulations. This determines the relation when you go and do transactions, financial transactions with an overseas client. Specific Relief Act 1963. If there is a breach of act, whether monetary or otherwise, this act comes to your rescue. Don't think that when you work with an overseas client, you are at their mercy. No, both of us are on equitable ground. And if any dispute, God forbid if it arises, that Specific Relief Act 1963 takes care of. Companies Act 2013, which helps govern the companies of India, their incorporation, working responsibility, duties, obligations, so that when you have a structured system, a structured company in which you work, it gives a lot of good impression to the client who wants to join with you. Intellectually property laws, IPR. IPR is very important, like Indian Patent Act 1970, Trademark Act 1999, Copyright Act 1957. So whatever intellectual property you create that best will. FTDR 1992, the Foreign Trade Development Regulation Act facilitates, regulates, and takes care of licensing requirement while importing and exporting not only goods but services also. Export promotion incentives under SCPC, the Services Export Promotion Council. So you get duty credit rewards from 3 to 7% of your forex earnings. Yes, duty drawback is very, very important, and you get it for, I just specify in a minute because I understand the time allotted to me is just going to end. So I just want to give you some things. First thing, any service provider should have minimum net free foreign exchange earnings of US $15,000 in the year so that they are able to be eligible for duty credit scripts. And if you are a service provider and want to avail of this benefit, which you call as SEIS scheme, then obtaining SEPC registration, come membership certificate, and IEC code is compulsory. So what I suggest from today onwards, you can set up a company, you can do it in your own firm also, but you have to think how you have to move ahead. The OSP regulations, please understand, OSP regulations have eased. India's IT sector is our pride. All across the world, we drive the IT sector. The power of this sector is recognized globally and we are respected globally. We are committed to do everything possible to ensure a conducive environment for growth and innovation in India. Today's decision will especially encourage young talent in this sector. This is what Prime Minister Narendra Modi tweeted. So what do? CS offering accounting services globally also includes into this. When you give them global services outsourcing, they also helps you to move ahead, and it exempts OSPs from requirement of any registration. You are a part of the OSP. India's and GST. Yes. With IFRS coming in, India's movements, now we understand IFRS to the highest level. Top companies in India are IAS, India's compliant, and GST, you know, each and every chartered accountant, particularly young people, are involved into GST. So that consultancy again is very, very important. To end 10 outsourcing statistics for 2021, which will motivate you, prompt you to go ahead and work. Around 3 lakh jobs are outsourced by the US annually. Please understand that can be done in India also. The top reason for outsourcing is cost reduction. We get a lot of money, but for them, the cost is too high. And therefore, they want to outsource the work to India. The total IT budget in 2020 grew from 12.7% to 13.6%, which is a big amount. Although it is close to 1%, but that's a big thing. 58.8% of US market saw no COVID-related changes in outsourcing marketing activities. No COVID impact. Larger companies are 60% more likely to outsource than small businessmen. And when it comes to larger companies, they need a band of chartered accountants to serve them. 36% of workers in the US are part of the outsourcing economy. More than 1/3 of US is on outsourcing. The global outsourcing market was worth 92.5 billion in 2019. लेकिन 2025 तक ये तकरीबन 400 बिलियन हो जाएगी. 4 times it will grow. 83% of IT leaders are planning to outsource their security to an MSP in 2021. 24% of small businesses outsource to increase the efficiency of the business. See how much things are moving on. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have to end here, and you know all good things in life have to come to an end. I want to tell you a few things before I say goodbye. The first and the foremost thing which you need to understand is, please get geared for a greater life. लोग आपको बहुत नेगेटिव करेंगे, आप कर नहीं सकते, इंटरनेशनल काम क्या करेंगे. मैं ऐसी फर्मों को जानता हूं जिनके पास 2 क्लाइंट हैं और वो सिर्फ उन्हीं का काम करके खुश है. मैंने सुनील खुल्लर जी को स्पेशली बुलाया because Sunil Khullar is a living example of how you can use technology to your benefit. A person sitting in Faridabad or sitting in Palwal or sitting in Bhatinda, they can all do outsourcing work provided they have the metal to do it. Second thing, outsourcing is not a very rocket science. Whatever work you do in your office, you do accounting, you do tax returns, you do GST returns, you do reconciliation, you do forensic. Similar thing is done on a larger canvas, but you are paid more money for that. You are paid more compensation for that, and where you have to work totally incessantly, you are paid on an hourly basis, which is a very good rate. Third and final thing which I want to tell you, I'm reminded of a couplet which says, भीगे हुए परों से परवास करते थे. पर means feather and परवास means to fly. भीगे हुए परों से परवास करके देख, अंजाम उसके हाथ है आगाज करते थे. You have to start, and that start would help you move ahead. Starting is very important, and don't have wrong hopes when you want to start an outsourcing business. Please keep 6 to 9 months. But your work of 6 to 9 months, please keep on doing whatever work you are doing. And apart from that, please shift one department to outsourcing, and 6 to 9 months we'll be having a party together because we have a great Islamic practice. Ladies and gentlemen, all good things in life have to end. My discussion also has to end. But I want to tell you with folded hands, let us all work together towards serving this economy and ensuring that all our fellow chartered accountants, may they be senior or young, are equitably employed. They have got good practice opportunities, and I am dedicated towards it. I am working totally over years to find out new areas and put it across to public at large. I want to thank the Faridabad branch for giving me an opportunity to come and speak here. I thank the chairman, Mr. Devinder Chawla, and the secretary, Mr. Sitesh Parashar, for giving me the opportunity to come and speak to you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm available if any questions are there. I'm more than happy to take them. Thank you so much. Over to Bipinji. Bipinji, any questions you have? I'm more than happy.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for such a nice deliberation. And I just checked.
And my apologies for some technical glitches, but we are now keen that we should do physical programs as well as virtual programs. So this is a mix of physical and virtual. There are people who are more than 800 people have joined on a virtual platform, and there are so many people here in Faridabad. We are trying to do it so that we ultimately have to come back to the physical format. Yes, Vipinji.
I also request the audience kindly submit your query as soon as possible. Meanwhile, I am reading the query of CA Satyanand. Sir, what are the challenges in future in this scope?
Sir, challenges will always be there. You can't stop challenges, but your attitude has to be. Swami Vivekananda once said that when you move on a road and you find it is very comfortable, it means you are on the wrong road. right road will have more challenges. There is a saying that difficult roads lead to beautiful destinations. If you go to a hill station, the roads are very bad, but hill station is so pleasant, so beautiful, so fantabulous. So challenges are our learning. Challenges are our infrastructure, where we need to see that we have IT systems. Challenges are keeping in the right role, confidentiality. Challenges are doing the work in the right time. The only issue where most CA firms find challenges are that you don't get more time to do the work. If you have to promise that work has to be done in 24 hours, what may come, the work has to be delivered in 24 hours. But let me tell you, my dear friends, you are compensated suitably. What you get 10 rupees in India, you get 80 to 90 rupees in your outsourcing assignment. Initially, you may get 10, 20, 25, 30, but the moment your competence, your credence increases, your compensation also increases accordingly. So these are the challenges.
Thank you, sir. In the last session, we have already asked one query regarding the verified lead. Actually, this is also my query also, because we want to do the global accounting, and we tried many times to get the client from global, but we are not able to check the verified lead, and somehow we have to face that we will get the payment or not. Then what we should do, is any point available to check this?
Lipinji, there are two issues. Number one, when you want to work on a cold lead or syndrome, there are many Indian chartered accountants, a bulk of them who are there in each and every country. I know 3, 4, 5 chartered accountants who are from Faridabad, who are working in Melbourne or Sydney. If you know somebody and you get work referred from him, that is a better impetus. In terms, if you get it done from some other person, there is a regulation which an Indian chartered accountant cannot share his fees with any other professional or any other body. Otherwise, when you do international work, they take 8 to 10% and they ensure that fees will be given by them if it is not given by the client. So what I suggest that you have to create an infrastructure system whereby regulations are also there and you are also not at loss. You can find Indian chartered accountants because they are also very keen to get the outsourcing work done. I know so many chartered accountants of India who and their counterparts have been doing work. I want to tell you one more thing. I can always have an overseas branch. My firm name, if it is XYZ, I can have a branch in Frankfurt, I can have a branch in London, I can have a branch in California, in Washington, in New Jersey. I can't do a test there, but consulting can be given by me. Any of my partner who is abroad, any person who is staying abroad can always, one of a lady from here, Madam Kapoor, ultimately rose to be the chairman of the New York chapter. This is not today, it is 10 years back. So we have so many people. We have to first establish our thought process. We have to create our firm profile or company profile where you want to do this and let the world know that these are the services we offer. Let me tell you, there will be no dearth of clients once you want to go in a very prepared and synchronized way to indulge in outsourcing.
Thank you, sir. And next query is CA Ankur Nanavati. Will these outsourced tasks require technical skills of other country, or we receive instruction-based tasks?
Mr. Nanavati, if you have to take, say, tax return of US, you don't need more than 10 to 12 days. If you want to go on QuickBooks or say internationally bookkeeping, you don't need more than a month. You have to get technically compliant so that you are able to effectively serve the client in the most robust and effective manner. But that is something that is required and that shall pay you in abundance. Only exemption limits are different, tax rates are different. So these are something which we can always assimilate. So in my opinion, you should inculcate the skill sets which are required for undertaking outsourcing work.
Thank you, sir. Ankur Nanavati, again one question. Can we contact with directly to the client or contact to CA situated in other country?
Sir, this is a business call. You have to take a call. कहते हैं ना, मैं खुदा का नाम लेकर पी रहा हूं दोस्तों, मैं खुदा का नाम लेकर पी रहा हूं दोस्तों, जहर भी इसमें हुआ तो दवा हो जाएगा, जहर भी इसमें हुआ तो दवा हो जाएगा. It is your business call, it is your professional acumen. You want to take the work from a company, you want to take it from CA, rather there should be no restriction. I remember Sultan Mohan Pathak who said, the only discipline of my life is that I have no discipline. So the only discipline of my life is that I have no restriction. Work can come from anywhere. I have to do it ethically. Yet I will say no to no work.
Thank you, sir. Now I think question over, and now any physical member question there, otherwise.
Yeah. Complete others. No questions as of now.
Okay, sir.
So now we will break for lunch and then Mr. Rajat Chawla would join us.
Yeah. So I request CA
Nitish.
Nitish. Okay.
सर हम क्या कहते हैं नंदा जी को एक मोमेंटो देके सर ने जो आज हमारा जो वेबिनार लिया है उसके लिए हम नंदा जी को एक मोमेंटो प्रेजेंट करना चाहते हैं. सो रिक्वेस्ट में राज के जितने भी मेंबर्स अवेलेबल हैं सर को एक मोमेंटो प्रेजेंट करेंगे.
अभी आई साहब आपके मिला कैसे Thank you so much. The last seminar of this year, I thank Faridabad branch and all of you for giving me great opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request for vote of thanks CA Nitish Chugji to present formal vote of thanks of this session. Nitish Chugji.
Thank you, Vipinji. My voice is audible?
Yeah.
Very much.
I would like to convey my thanks to both the speakers of the day, CA Sunil Kullarji as well as our own CCM, CA Charan Josing Nanda ji. Sunil ji ने बहुत अच्छा topic दिया. He has spoken very well upon the outsourcing opportunities for the members, as well as Nanda ji, though he is always a great source of learning for all the members of fraternity at large, and he has very good command over the technical topics as well as the various languages. He has already encouraged a lot of members on various platforms. I have been a great follower of him and have learned a lot from him personally as well. Whenever there is any problem to any member, he is available at single call. So now I would like to pass on the mic to Vipinji. A very thanks to all the members and Nandaji once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Niteshji. And Niteshji, when will we start the third session, please?
We will start the third section around 3 o'clock, and we have a break for lunch for 1 hour.
Okay. So I request all the members who joined physically kindly join for the lunch, and third session we will start 3 p.m. onward. So request for break for the lunch. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
They also have to go for lunch and not only physical all They should also have their lunch. We start exactly at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Now we are going to start our third session, technical session, that will be taken by CA Rajat Chawla, who is physically available with us in Faridabad branch. So, with the core of my heart, I want to thank CA Rajat Chawla for accepting our invitation and to be here in Faridabad physically to address the member through the physical and the virtual mode. So, before starting this webinar, I request our member CA Nitish Chugh to come forward and present a growing plan to CA Rajat Chawla from Faridabad branch. Rajat ji will take the topic on outsourcing opportunities for chartered accountant. So before inviting Rajat Chawla ji for his deliberation, I request Vipin Sharma ji to kindly introduce Rajat Chawla ji.
Thank you, Nitesh ji, Secretary of Faridabad branch of NARC of ICAI. It's a privilege to me to read the profile of CA Rajat Chawla ji. First of all, I welcome CA Rajat Chawla ji in this physical as well as webinar. CA Rajat Chawla ji did BCom and he is FCA, CPA and CISA. Rajat Chawla ji is qualified chartered accountant in India and a Bachelor of Commerce honors from Delhi University. He is also a certified public accountant, USA not in public practice, and a certified information system auditor, and a member of Information System Audit and Control Association, USA. He is a member of the Chamber of Tax Consultants. He is also a member of Income Tax Appellate Bar Association and Sales Tax Bar Association. He is also a member of International Fiscal Association. He has 15 plus years of experience in the field of transfer pricing, corporate law, foreign exchange law, RBI assurance, accounting, gap advisory, indirect taxes, now GST, transaction advisory and technology, specializing in international business advisory, cross-border taxation, outsourcing and offshoring, valuation, assurance, corporate legal matter, mergers and acquisition, management consultancy, and information system audit and security. His expertise includes working with cross-section of industry, including electricity distribution, renewable energy, power generation, power trading, manufacturing, telecommunication, fast-moving consumer goods, information technology, advertising and media, publishing and printing, aviation, MRO, media. I think all sectors are covered in this, and we are proud that we have such faculty who have great experience in all these sector of finance and other areas. So I would like to request CA Nitesh Parashar ji to further proceed the seminar.
Thank you, Vipin ji. Now I straight away request Rajat Chawla ji to kindly start his deliberation.
Anyway, good afternoon, everyone. So I will be deliberating on particularly accounts outsourcing and the international aspect of that outsourcing. So typically speaking, if we talk about outsourcing, it's a very simple thing in the sense you take certain in-house strategic function inside your company, or your when we talk about foreign clients, it can be your accounting firm as a client, any strategic service in your firm, and outsource it to an offshore location. It's not very different from domestic outsourcing. When you give your accounts to and client gives his accounts to any accounting firm, but its difference arises because you are dealing in a cross-border kind of an outsourcing. So why people outsource? Sometimes it's a strategic need. Cost arbitrage is one of the most important need for outsourcing. And sometimes, they typically want to have an operational continuity as well as stability in their processes. That's the main reason they want to outsource. Now, you would be thinking where exactly is the demand for outsourcing in the world. So you can think about any English-speaking country, which has better exchange rates as compared to India. Typically speaking, there is a cost arbitrage. So major demand comes from countries like United Kingdom, United States, Canada, and to a limited extent from Australia as well as New Zealand. It's not something that international outsourcing is something which is a new concept I'm speaking. It is happening already in India for last approximately 3 decades. It started around 1990s, and now we are sitting in, let's say, 2021. So 3 decades have already passed. So typically, the accounting firms which are based in Delhi NCR, or accounting firms, which are based in, let's say, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Hyderabad, Karnataka, and to some aspect, accounting firms based in typically Punjab, Mohali related area, are actually serving this market. This is a very niche market. It's not something, which is done by every accounting firm, but there are few accounting firms who are already, into this kind of a business. Now, another question arises, before, you even try to get into outsourcing or, offshoring business in accounts outsourcing is, how do you start? So you can only start if, you are technically qualified. So typically, if you want to look at United Kingdom as your market, then, ICAI has an MOU with ICAEW. You can get yourself certified by appearing in a small pathways exam, which is there, and become a ACA under England and Wales, Institute of Chartered Accountants of England and Wales. But if you're talking about tax outsourcing, then typically you need to train yourself in UK taxes. You can do this by ideally enrolling into certain courses which are sponsored by CIOT in United Kingdom, which is ideally ATT and CTA. You can also look at, if you're looking at United Kingdom, doing an ACCA, because understanding the UK market first before, even thinking of giving services to a UK territory is very important. Now, if you see US as your market, then for, technically training yourself for US market, you should actually be a CPA first. You should, CPA is a very, simple exam for chartered accountants. It typically consists of 4 papers, and then you qualify CPA. You also get certain technical knowledge while doing CPA, and you also get certified for that territory. But when you want to, do in-depth study in taxes related to US, because outsourcing demands, high skill set, then you can also look at, certain tax courses which are running by, universities like University of Illinois, which is easily available on platforms like Coursera, etc. If you see Australia as your market, then ICAI again has an MOU with CPA Australia, and you can easily appear on those exams and become, there are quite a few exemptions available for CPS Australia. You can appear and get certified for Australia. If you see Canada as a market, similar arrangement is between ICAI and Institute of Chartered Accountants of Canada. So getting technically qualified is one of the most important things. Unless and until you are technically qualified, you can even not think of starting in this line of services in your firm. So you need to understand what you actually need and what services you are selling to your clients, overseas clients in outsourcing services. So what you actually need is first excellent communication skills. So because if you don't have communication skills, then at the end of the day you cannot even think about outsourcing. Because try to understand, we are dealing with countries whose first language is English language and ours is a second language. So unless and until we are very proficient in English language, unless and until we can communicate with them, unless and until we can understand what they need, and unless and until we can convince them what we have delivered, you will not be able to make inroads into outsourcing services. You will not be able to deliver outsourcing services. Then as I told you, you need technical skills which can come through experience as well as getting certified or qualified in any of the accounting courses which are run by the nodal bodies which are equivalent to ICAI in respective countries. Another thing, you should be very careful before starting outsourcing services. Something related to data security. So unless and until you can convince your client that whatever data they send to you for further processing or providing outsourcing services is secure, nobody in these developed countries will think about entering into services, entering into agreement with you. So typically you need to ensure through means like network security, through physical security, through confidentiality clauses, through employee confidentiality clauses, through employee training, that data of any outsourcing client is never leaked. So if it leaks, there are certain privacy laws or certain data security laws which are prevalent in these countries, which can the penalties of which can go up to million and million of dollars. So it typically means that if you leak data here of the end client of your client, which is typically is going to be accounting firm, then the end client can simply go to the data protection officer of that country and typically complain against your client. And when the client actually gets complained of, he will come after you for taking damages from you, in the sense if in case there is a data breach. You should also be well versed with privacy laws of those countries, in the sense a famous privacy law which has just recently come into picture a couple of years ago is known as GDPR, which is typically valid for countries like Germany or Netherlands or United Kingdom. And there are other privacy laws in countries like US, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, which you need to be very sure about, and you should actually know them. Because in case you're involved in certain outsourcing services such as payroll outsourcing or even tax outsourcing, which includes certain personal taxes, and a lot of personal information of citizens of those countries are actually coming to your office, and in case you are involved in any kind of a data breach of that information, then typically it can take away your client, and it can also result into litigation. It can also, even in worst case scenarios, make you basically out of this total game of outsourcing. So you won't be able to serve after that. Your name would be disreputed in such a manner that nobody will ever trust you. So understanding these privacy laws and putting systems in your office to basically mitigate the risk of data breach. And in case there is a data breach, there should be a proper reporting mechanism should be in place in your office even before you can even think about entering into an outsourcing. What you again sell is if you want to target larger clients, what you again sell is your robust infrastructure. So at the end of the day, you cannot, actually, have something which is not inconsistent with your foreign client. In the sense, the infrastructure or your office environment should be in sync with global practices. So unless and until it is in sync, you will never be able to convince your end client of outsourcing that they should outsource their work. Because try to understand, it's a very strategic service which they are outsourcing it to you, whether it's a tax return preparation, whether it's personal taxes, corporate taxes, or whether it is, year-end finalization or even audit support these days. So unless until they're very convinced about your work culture, about your work environment, your robust infrastructure, they will not enter into agreement with you. This is practically, I'm speaking through my decade-long experience in outsourcing. So apart from all these things, you also sell is something known as technology. We are all aware about technology. When I say something known as technology, I'm talking about remote technology. So typically what usually happens in an outsourcing arrangement is that we access the RDP servers of our clients through secured tunnels over the internet or a secured VPN, and the data actually never flows to our office. We are actually accessing their server, working there only, and processing there only, and delivering our end results there only. So unless and until your client is again convinced about that technology aspect of your outsourcing arrangement, it will not be possible for him to outsource. Again, when I talk about technology, there should be, already in place certain communication technologies which are very common these days. One is the Zoom, which we are already speaking on. Another can be Teams. And then, there are a plethora of communication technologies which are available in the market, which you should be aware of and you should be very comfortable in dealing. In the sense, you should be very comfortable in dealing with an overseas client when you are, dealing on Zoom, you're dealing on Teams. So you should be aware of the technology. You should be also aware of certain etiquettes which are there when you talk on Zoom, on Team, and everything. At the end of the day, what you are actually selling are skilled human resources. So it will not suffice at the end of the day that you yourself are certified or you possess the knowledge of an overseas jurisdiction. You will have to inculcate some amount of training programs in your office where you can train people and they get so much skilled that at the end of the day they can perform independently and deliver service independently. Because try to understand an Indian scenario where everything sits with a manager and the colleagues are just assisting managers. But in outsourcing, generally there is something known as an FT concept, which is an FT is something, the full form of FT is full-time equivalent. So overseas client is not only interested in talking to manager or the leadership of an organization, they will like directly interact with your FT. So FT, if it doesn't possess right communication skills, if it doesn't possess, right technical skills, your outsourcing agreement will anyway fail within a couple of months. So you need to train your people in such a manner. You need to make them responsible in such a manner that they are able to deliver service independently. There is no case of micromanagement in outsourcing. In India, we do a lot of micromanagement where, sometimes even the partner is reviewing the final year-end finalizations, but that's not the case in outsourcing. The FT should be proficient enough to deliver services, and he should be very efficient enough to talk to your clients and communicative enough to convince your client what services he has delivered and even understand what they want. Now coming to the presentation. So this is the agenda, what we will talk about today. So typically we will talk about how outsourcing grew in India. What are the demands of accounts outsourcing? What's the relevancy of outsourcing after 2021? Typically, COVID has actually changed a lot of things in outsourcing as well. So we will get to know once we go through the slides. And we will also talk about most commonly outsourced services. So there are certain things which can be outsourced. There are certain things which cannot be outsourced. So typically outsourcing in India started in 1990s, So when it actually started, it was, simple, what I call as email outsourcing. You were referred a client by somebody known to you in developed countries like US, UK. They wanted to have some cost arbitrage, and they would get in touch with you through an email or through a phone. And late 1990s, when emails were prevalent, you were they would send you a job. You will actually get hold of a bespoke software or an Excel, and you will process that job and send this across to your counterpart sitting in US, UK, Australia, and New Zealand. Majorly, it was started mainly by US and UK in 1990s, and then other countries like Canada and New Zealand and Australia picked up. So as decades went by and technology became more prevalent, then it shifted from typically having an email kind of outsourcing to a server outsourcing. So what usually used to happen in early 2000s, that a certain big accounting firms in, let's say, UK, USA used to design a server for you, bespoke that server for you, ship that server to your Indian office, and ask you to actually process work on that server, which they will assign through emails or telephonically. And then they will sync the data sitting in that server, which they had designed, and make it secured with their server. And these services would have delivered. Now, what started happening after 2000, let's say 2014-15, this totally changed. Something known as remote desktop program came in late 2010s, and it really picked up space in 2015 and 14. And what used to happen is that you used to you in 2016 or 17, you started accessing servers of your clients, and they used to assign you job again through emails and certain instructions through cloud softwares or something, and you would deliver service. But as soon as we entered 2018s, something additional was added in outsourcing, which was audio visual communication. Now client there became very smart, or the generation of client also changed in those countries. Now they don't even simply want you to just simply they don't simply want a job to be, or an assignment to be completed. They want an experience, in the sense they don't treat you as an outsourcer, they treat you as a co-sourcer kind of a thing. They want then that you should be extension of their office. It's something that it's like if 10 people are sitting in some UK office, they want 5 people who work with them, not for them, sitting in an Indian office. So technologies like Teams, Skype, Zoom facilitated that. So in the sense now, in 2021 and now after COVID, people expect you to talk to them, not simply complete an assignment. People want you to explain what you did in an assignment, whether it's tax outsourcing, whether it's accounts outsourcing, whether it's audit support, or whether it's year-end finalization. They want you to actually explain them through audio-visual means. So this what basically changed. So Indian firms also started aligning their processes in terms of outsourcing, in the sense they started getting themselves certified in, let's say, ISO 27001, which is actually a kind of a data security and data process kind of a certification. And they also started syncing their work environment with the work environments of overseas clients. They started making it as equivalent as an overseas situation or an office can be, so that they were able to actually understand their client needs and serve them in the same quality which they demanded. They started training their people. In a sense, they started training them in English language skills, in soft skills, in technical skills, which were more extensive what was there in 1990s. Suppose, in 1990s, you would be simply having outsourcing related to, accounts finalization or a simple process. So when you talk about 2021, you have plethora of processes which are being outsourced, like tax outsourcing, like management accounting, like year-end finalization, like payroll processes, like anything which you can think of as an end service for an overseas client in terms of what an accounting firm can provide in an overseas jurisdiction can be outsourced through the prevailing technology. So this is what changed between 1990 to 2000 to 2020. Now, there are a lot of outsourcing processes, because in India, what we have to sell skilled manpower. We don't have, although, we talk about our lot of promises in terms of, what we have in India. But at the end of the day, what we are actually selling is skilled manpower. So we sell, IT processes, we sell software development, which are all human dependent. We sell call centers, in the sense call center services. We sell a lot of other services which are human dependent. If you talk about our total, the exports which are happening, the total exports which are happening, the major share is of services, and in those major share of services is outsourcing, whether it's accounts outsourcing, whether it's call center outsourcing, whether it's IT outsourcing, whether it's software development. So all our services, in the sense, you are outsourcing something to India only. Now, when you typically talk about finance and accounts outsourcing, it's not, something which can be done by anybody. It's not that, you can, catch hold of anybody down the road and, you can just train him for 2 days, which happens in call centers, and, put him behind a computer and he can start performing finance and accounts outsourcing. It's a very critical function. It's a very mature process. In a sense, you have simple BPO processes. So if you have 5 to 6 levels of outsourcing, then finance and accounts outsourcing typically sits with top tier of outsourcing. In the sense, you may have, IT development in sync with finance and accounts outsourcing, because at the end of the day, the person is not simply looking at, small menial jobs. Person is looking for value addition. Person is looking for results, in the sense, because any incorrect number which is reported in finance and accounts outsourcing can make him, or it can even destroy him. So it's a very mature process. We already, had a very rapid growth between 1991 to 2014, and then there was a lull between, let's say, 2014 2018, and after 2018 it's again come back. So if you talk about, number of people who are working in F&A and BPO, it's a very small industry, it's not very large industry. So typically 200,000 people are working in F&A BPO division, out of which 1 lakh people, it's an approximate number, work in India. And then there are other jurisdictions like Philippines or even Ukraine or, Poland, where people are working in this sector of outsourcing. We do expect that, the market will continue to grow by 5 to 10%. If you talk about, level of people involved, number of people involved, and the business which is generated by outsourcing, there is a lot of gap. Even a single person can generate at least a revenue of, $24,000 for you in a year. So you typically multiply this number, or even, with number of people you have, and you can have good amount of revenue number in this. So this market will continue to grow for 5 to 10% over the years. And we do see that after COVID, there has been, a jump in demand, in the sense, it's estimated that, there is a real skill shortage in countries like UK, US, and Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, and they are outsourcing more rather than outsourcing less. So what is the background of your client? The client which you will go to, let's say, client which you will go in, let's say, to market your services. So typically your client would be ideally small businesses, because large businesses already have their captive centers in India, or, your major business will come from the accounting practices which are situated in those countries. So these accounting practices are sometimes, bigger accounting firms, sometimes they are smaller accounting firms, sometimes they are mid-sized firms. So what they actually face there is a lot of challenges, because try to understand, I'm not demeaning India by saying that we are less organized, but they are slightly bit more organized. So when your, country is more organized, the competition level is quite high. In the sense, you can have a situation that, a very large firm there can offer the same level of services in the same price which a small tier firm is offering in those Western countries or developed countries. So they have a lot of competition. They have a lot of skill shortage. They have a lot of overheads in the sense, typically to hire a person, let's say in United Kingdom, a good accountant in United Kingdom, if you add all overheads and everything, will cost you annually around 60,000 pounds, which typically amounts to, let's say, 60 lakh rupees. So typically they are, everybody works to, wealth maximization and profit maximization. So if they can get the same quality of resource sitting in India, then why will not they outsource? You can give them a same level of resource with your profit margin overheads in, let's say, 35,000 pounds, which is around 50% of saving for them. So they can use the extra money which they generate through outsourcing and expanding their business in marketing. So typically changes in, rules and regulation, technology advancements are totally worrying the accountants sitting in, let's say, in UK, US, and they are looking for a lot of support from outsourcers in countries like India, Philippines, where, the English is spoken in a better manner as compared to other countries. Although smaller countries, our neighbors like Sri Lanka, even Nepal, to some extent, Pakistan, are giving these outsourcing services, but they are not in any way comparison to the quality of outsourcing services which in finance and accounts which India produces. And we should really thank our institute that they have produced such wonderful chartered accountants who have such good eye of detail that, they can deliver services in these overseas jurisdictions. So not necessarily, a CA is present in, if I talk about, supply chain of an outsourcing services, CA is present at every level of supply chain. But generally the managers, the senior managers, the leaderships are generally qualified chartered accountants. So they inculcate such hard work and such skills in the team that, the quality of services is far better than any other service providers in any other country. So as I already discussed, what are the challenges which your customer is generally facing? It's ever increasing competition for them. So typically a big four will quote the same price as a smaller firm will quote in a developed jurisdiction. So at the end of the day, the client is also very, client doesn't look at the name there. Actually, it doesn't look at the brand value unnecessarily. They generally look at the service level. So if a smaller firm or a media tier firm sitting in United Kingdom can provide same amount of service which a big four sitting in United Kingdom can provide, then probably client will just decide on the basis of the price quoted. So even, we have seen the cases in past that even the big fours have slashed prices lesser than mid-tier accounting firms in developed jurisdictions. So where the outsourcers comes into play and helps a smaller firm to actually give better prices. They also face client retention pressures. There are always increasing labor and overhead costs for, developed jurisdictions. They fail to retain talent, and the problem in those jurisdictions is that, accounting talent is less, as compared to what we have in our country. People are, more interested in making their careers in marketing or tourism or, aviation or technology, these kind of things. People are very few and far, they want to go into accounting profession in these countries. So there is always a case of skill shortage in countries for, when it comes to accountants in countries like UK, USA, New Zealand, Canada, Australia. And then, another need which you can, fulfill for, your clients is peak season requirement. So at the end of the day, if an accounting firm has, let's say, 5,000 personal tax returns in a season which typically in UK ranges between October to January, then it will always look for a outsourcer who can actually help them to meet that peak season demand, because they, at the end of the day, they will be able to service their clients in more qualitative manner, which they would have in case they would not have the outsource. So how we can solve, the outsourcing companies or firms sitting in India can solve the challenges for these clients. It's very important because this is your selling point. So what you actually sell is mentioned in this slide. You're not selling any rocket science. You're just simply selling what is the need of a client sitting in United Kingdom, United States, Canada, UK, Australia. First and foremost thing, what India can sell to them is financial attractiveness. When I say financial attractiveness, it means cost arbitrage. So I give you an example that a typically good accountant with overhead will cost you 60 lakhs in United Kingdom, and in India, including your overheads, the base salary costs and the profit margin, you can easily serve that client in 35 weeks. So these are practical figures I'm telling. And as compared to other countries, who are much more, let's say, if tomorrow China wanted to come into, accounts outsourcing, they have a biggest problem that their majority of population doesn't speak much English, which is not the case in India. English is taught to us from, from school to graduation to even now in our ICAI course also has, English communication skills classes. So we can communicate with them. So when you are able to communicate with them, then you are able to build a team which works with them rather than for them. So typically what they're asking for, they're not simply only asking for written communication, they're also asking for ability to communicate, in the sense ability to communicate through audio-visual means. So another thing I told you, peak season support. It's like, you have September, October, November in India. They generally have, if I typically talk about United Kingdom, their season, typically the heavy season starts from say November, December and January. And they are very particular about their holidays also in, Christmas holidays. So that also adds to your demand. Basically, if they are on Christmas holidays, they will like to outsource you the work, and you can finish them when they are back from holidays. And you can always, act as an extension of their office in India. Another advantage which is there in outsourcing industry is typical working environment in India, which typically can have a shift kind of a working. You can usually have a UK shift which starts from 12 to 8 o'clock, 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. or you can have a US shift which basically starts from 9 p.m. the night and continues 6 a.m. in the morning. So typically you can serve your clients in a 24 hours kind of a model, and you can optimally utilize your office spaces or your resources. In the sense, I'm not talking about human resources, but I'm talking about overheads and your physical resources in a 24/7 environment, and you can actually serve them along with them. Another thing what we have lately seen in a lot of clients, what they actually want outsourcers simply not to be just assignment completers or job providers. They want even certain advisory, in the sense they want to streamline their own processes. So having an outsourcing company in India for them helps them to actually streamline their lot of processes. They can more concentrate on knowledge building there, they can more concentrate on marketing activities, and once they do that, it also actually helps you, because at the end of the day, they are ready to pass on all these works to entities like you sitting in India, and if you are able to serve them, then you can also grow with them. So it's just an example. I'm not advocating any big four here. If you see, big fours have been able to exploit this market in a very intelligent manner. Although a lot of Indian companies are now actually have learned from a big four model, and they are also, doing this kind of accounts and, tax outsourcing in India. So Big Four, what basically they do is that usually have shared service centers and typically have people sitting in those shared service centers, and they also have their overseas offices. So all those challenges, which I talked about, that all those overseas clients are facing, their overseas offices also face. So they're able to easily outsource the excess work to Indian outsourcers, and they get the same amount of quality which they are expected to give to their end client. Similarly, an Indian company can also follow this model and actually grow like a Big Four. Now coming to 2021, we understand that 2020 and 2021 were, years which were, due to effect of pandemic and COVID 2021, but the years where everything was disrupted. Now, one advantage which, we saw outsourcing gave in disruption related to COVID in our line of business, the entities or the clients which had a typical outsourcer sitting in India were able to give business continuity to their end clients. So in case, there were waves, waves of COVID, suppose a wave was continuing in UK and, we didn't have any wave at that time, although we got a wave of COVID later part of that year, early this year as well. But at that point of time, when there was a wave in UK, there was no COVID wave in India, and we were more or less, operating normally, or probably sitting at home even, and operating very normally and giving, right amount of services or right service levels to, our clients, which are generally accounting for. So they were able to continue their business without any business disruption. This was the biggest advantage they have. Usually, before COVID, you saw that it was a requirement of physical presence, which typically has now, work from home or work from anywhere kind of a model has totally, if not totally gone away, have substituted, and will have, will align itself, in future, and how the market pans out is something which has to be looked at. But this model will really help, the back office operations or the accounting operations of our clients, and actually were, able to help them in their own business continuity. So typically, to develop, a resilient kind of, accounting practice for any accounting firm in, an overseas jurisdiction, outsourcing has not remained a choice for them, but has become a necessity. So typically, if you have this kind of a necessity working for you 24/7, so you would be easily able to serve your end clients, and in the whole outsourcing model, the Indian companies will be able to get their right amount of revenue share. This is what my understanding is. Now, I will give you a very practical example, where, we were discussing with a new client in this COVID times that, why doesn't he go for outsourcing? So he had a team of, let's say, 200 accountants sitting in Scotland, and they were all working at. So he was the first time outsourcer. He never outsourced in his life, and he was a very conventional kind of a, accounting firm leader, where he didn't like outsourcing. But as soon as COVID-19 happened, so he saw that his own team members were actually working remotely. Nobody was coming in its office. So for him to decide whether to outsource or not to outsource was now typically a decision of the service quality and data security. So because of COVID-19, we were able to convince him that he can start outsourcing as an experiment for his firm. So as people see COVID-19 in domestic market as a challenge, what we see in outsourcing is huge opportunity, because now we need not convince our clients for remote working or outsourced kind of work environment. They have themselves seen practically in their own countries. So demand for innovative delivery services in accounting space has become so strong that accounting firms now see it as a need, not as a kind of a something new which they are doing. Although how this market will pan out, COVID-19, and how does it affect the accounting practices is something which is still under analysis. It's not that something is certain. Probably we do see challenges from technology, but we also see opportunities through technology that what we could not do quickly before, we can do now quickly through certain intelligent softwares which are now available in the market. So there are certain numbers in the slides, so if you see this global finance and accounting outsourcing industry report, the market is projected to reach $51.5 billion by 2027, growing by $16.7 billion, but driven by an average compound growth rate of 5 to 5.8%. So if this is the market, try to understand, even if you are able to take 1.1 or 0.5% share of this market, how big you can become. Now, as I told you, before, US has a major share in Indian outsourcing market. So followed by UK, and then, typically followed by New Zealand and Australia, and at, some level, Canada also pitches in. Now, where do the outsourcing services go to? So the outsourcing services majorly go to, countries like India, Philippines, and lately we are seeing countries, Eastern European countries like Ukraine and Poland also pitching in. But they are very far behind as compared to Indian accountants. Try to understand, we have certain advantages. We have seen complex numbers, although not of very big magnitudes as these developed countries see, but we have seen big numbers. We have analyzed big spreadsheets. We have seen everything from the base, and now we see a lot of processes and softwares come into place. But our base is very strong. So an Indian accountant is far more intelligent than any day an accountant sitting in a Philippine jurisdiction or a Sri Lankan jurisdiction when it comes to serving. And we are far more better in terms of providing accounts and finance and tax outsourcing services, even if you compare the accountants of those jurisdictions, in the sense jurisdictions like the in-house jurisdictions of UK, USA, New Zealand, and Canada. What we lack is this communication skills. Somehow, if you are able to put in a training process in your company or in your accounting firm to inculcate the communication levels or to increase the communication levels of your accountants, then I don't foresee any bottleneck for that particular company to serve any English-speaking jurisdiction in the world. Lately, we have also seen some demand coming from countries like Ireland or a nodal country in the United Kingdom known as Scotland, and we have also seen demand coming from non-English speaking countries like Netherlands, where people do have English as second or third language, but those people also want to explore India for finance and accounts outsourcing. So it's not that we are totally dependent on English speaking countries. There are certain inroads which are being made in countries like Netherlands, even Switzerland, are a lot of countries where people have made inroads. Even Dubai as an outsourcing jurisdiction has come into play, but it's more of a captive kind of an outsourcing jurisdiction. Where a firm sits, your own branch sits in Dubai, and that branch actually outsources to your head office. So in this slide, this has been our experience, that what kind of services are lately being outsourced by the accounting firms majorly in developed jurisdictions like UK, US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. So one is simple bookkeeping services. So when we say bookkeeping services, it's not done through a normal software. We generally use cloud softwares like Xero, QuickBooks, and whatever other softwares which are prevalent in that country. We actually train our people in those softwares, and they help us to do bookkeeping. And now bookkeeping is actually getting very automated through blockchain technologies in those countries. You have something known as Receipt Bank or HubDoc in countries like United Kingdom, where somebody, some vendor, if he wants to share an invoice or he wants to share a receipt, sends it to Receipt Bank, and Receipt Bank automatically through PHP technology posts your entries into your bookkeeping software. So what an accountant has to do is simply run through the ledgers and see, if technology has actually done something wrong, or something, there's a bank reconciliation problem or something. So generally bank reconciliations are also automatically done by these cloud softwares in which the bank feeds are automatically linked in your bookkeeping softwares, and reconciliations are automatically performed. The role of an accountant actually is to simply sanitize whatever the technology has done is reconciliation. Another major area, which is getting very prevalent now in developed countries, which they usually want to outsource, is management accounting. So typically, usually in earlier 2014-15, what you used to see was pure Excel-based management accounting, where certain MISs were made, and extracting data through bookkeeping softwares or other allied softwares or business softwares, and preparing those management reports and actually sharing it with the client, with our clients, who used to actually share it with their end clients, which was industry. And these management reports were very important in decision-making processes of the end clients. Now, what we are seeing is, play of data science in management reporting. So language, natural processing languages, and languages like Python, etc., is coming into, or Power BI or Microsoft is coming into management reporting. So in a sense, people now, don't simply want to see a simple Excel sheet. They want to see action points based on analysis of that Excel sheet. They want to see infographics. They simply do not want to see certain numbers on an Excel sheet, because try to understand, at the end of the day, this MIS, which also is the case in India, is meant for management, which are non-technical people. They need to see information the way they understand it. So a lot of softwares, a lot of languages like Python, etc., a lot of data science has come into management accounting, and which has seen a lot of market in India in the sense for outsourcing. Another area which has lately been explored, which was not there in the market, extensively there in the market, is outsourcing of personal tax services. So typically, if I take an UK example, if somebody is getting his personal tax returns done from a UK accounting firm, so that accounting firm has numerous personal tax returns which they can on single-handedly do not manage themselves amid skill shortage and other concerns of theirs. So they simply want some people to actually sit outside their jurisdiction, which you can serve as a alternative for them as an outsourced personal tax processor. So, but before even thinking of starting these personal tax services, you must be proficient in the jurisdictional taxes. In the sense, when I say jurisdictional taxes, you should be proficient in UK personal tax laws, you should be proficient in UK corporate tax laws, you should be proficient in the softwares which are used in providing these personal tax services. One major thing when you're talking about outsourcing of personal tax is data security and privacy concerns. Try to understand, when a personal tax return is being outsourced, a lot of personal data of the end client of your client is being sent to you, or is being viewed by you through RDP technology. So in case you do not have a GDPR methodology or GDPR process sitting in your office, then typically no clients or no accounting firm sitting in UK, US, Australia, New Zealand will be confident enough to actually let you outsource these services. So you need to have your data security structure in such a robust manner that you are able to inculcate confidence in the eyes of your clients that they are easily able to send you personal tax services, and you're able to process those personal taxes to the level of even client communication letters and provide those services and charge good amount of money for that. That's the bottom line. Similar with corporate taxes, as compared to India, what I have seen personally, if I again take an example of UK, then corporate taxes are not as complex as Indian corporate taxes are. So they have set defined of rules. Although for litigation, etc., transfer pricing sector, they also are complex. But when it comes to base level computations and base level computation of corporate taxes, it's pretty standard there. And laws do not evolve as quickly as they evolve in India. Try to understand their developed jurisdiction, we are still developing. So we will always have a case of evolving laws. The laws are settled, so typically it's very easy to standardize corporate tax services, understand those corporate tax services, and provide those corporate tax services. Another bread and butter kind of services is accounts production. Try to understand in developed jurisdictions like UK, US, audit is not mandatory till a certain threshold. So typically there are $1 million, $2 million companies or £1 million companies, £2 million companies, they are not subject to audit, but they still need to file their accounts. They still need to finalize their accounts, both for internal company law purposes or for tax purposes. So accounts finalization or accounts production is still something which they look to outsource. So in the sense, you will have a year-end accounts, and we have different year-ends in developed jurisdiction. We don't have a fixed year-end, so somebody can have a July year-end, somebody can have a December year-end. So typically, then their tax periods are also automatically adjusted. So you prepare your accounts production, you prepare your year-end services, you prepare something known as working paper files for your accounting firm clients, and then they simply review it and they produce those finalized accounts to their end clients, and they approve it, and it's simply filed, which actually saves a lot of cost for them and brings a lot of efficiency in this process. Another area which actually now is making inroads in outsourcing is payroll processing. It's actually the cost to do payroll processing in jurisdictions like UK, US is so high that it's generally loss-making services to accounting firms if they provide those services. Accounting firms sitting in US, UK, if they provide those services in-house. So what they typically do is that they want certain low-cost jurisdictions like India to help them process payroll and process pay slips at the end of the month for their end clients. So this is typically not a manual process. This is totally an automated process, but a sanity check or updations in those softwares need to be done by payroll processor who is sitting in India, and it's a very specialist job, because try to understand, they have a concept called as payroll taxes, which is equivalent to social security, which we have in India like PF, ESI, etc. Knowledge of those areas is very important before even you can think about getting into payroll outsourcing. Another area which has been always there in outsourcing is VAT, sales and use tax. VAT typically is there in UK, sales and use tax in US, GST in jurisdictions like New Zealand, Australia, even Canada, I think has GST. So they typically outsource you, the compliances related to these indirect taxes. And from all the services which I mentioned on this slide, I think these are the easiest amount of services which typically outsourcers sitting in India can provide, but it's also the least remunerated. Now, one of the important services which we have been lately seeing is developing is known as audit support services. So typically what usually happens is that, there are bigger firms, who are doing audit of, bigger clients sitting in jurisdictions like UK, US, have acute amount of skill shortage in the sense, they are not able to justify the audit man hours, in the sense, because at the end of the day, try to understand, audit is a very risky business. So to have a very robust service team in audit is very necessary. So in case you have a skill shortage in your own country, you will not be able to provide the level of audit support, audit services to your end clients. So there arises a need where, they can easily outsource these services to companies, to firms like which are situated in India, who they do audit for the bread and butter. So one thing very important in audit services, again, communication skills, because suppose you are preparing certain working papers and you don't have the knowledge of those working papers, then typically you will not be able to communicate in a sense what you actually are delivering, or what your the firm sitting in UK, US actually wants from you. So it's all audit support services are again all technology driven, and and it's all working paper based driven, and you typically do not talk to the end clients of your audit firm, of your clients, but you typically talk to their managers, and you typically talk to their partners, and actually bring in lot of value addition in the whole audit life cycle. And this is something which is lately started developing, let's say in 2020s. It was not there before 2020s, and it has a huge potential if somebody is looking for starting outsourcing services in terms of audit stuff. Now coming to what are the major softwares you should know about. Typically these are those softwares which are typically used in UK and US jurisdictions. Typically if you see the left side of it is something which is used in, primarily if you talk about Xero. Xero is very famous software. So Xero, actually the journey of Xero was started by a New Zealand based listed company. It actually captured first New Zealand and Australian market. It went to UK market, and it has become a very, what they call it themselves, they don't call it as an accounting software, they call it a very beautiful software. Why it's so beautiful? Because it helps in total blockchain of an accounting transaction, starting from basic bank reconciliation, automatic bank reconciliation, automatic posting of entries, to providing management reports, to providing year-end reports, providing basic computations for taxes. Xero does everything. Now if you move towards US, Xero typically is not very famous in US, but QuickBook is kind of a software which is very famous in US, and QuickBook is actually extensively used in terms of both desktop version as well as cloud version for providing bookkeeping services or accounts finalization services in US. Receipt Bank is again, a sub software of Xero, which basically helps you to automatically record any invoice, any vendor invoices automatically. There is no manual intervention. Then again, you use Alpha Tax, Walter Lewis, which is CCH, TaxCalc, and Thomson Reuters, Sage for accounts finalization. They are different softwares. The bookkeeping softwares are different, and accounts finalization software. Now, if you even talk about US, then the tax softwares of US, TurboTax is one of the famous softwares which you should know about, before you can pitch to your client. So I think this is what I wanted to give my thoughts about outsourcing services, which an Indian entity can, or a prospective Indian entity or Indian outsourcer can get into, and actually grow with a global market, with a global mindset. So try to understand, providing these services not only helps you to grow your business, but also helps you to know about world's best practices, which you can also apply those best practices in your Indian service scenario. So typically, if you're working on an audit services for a audit support services for a UK client, he may automatically train you in certain factors, certain areas which you are even not aware of, and those areas you can easily utilize them in providing audit services to your Indian clients, and it actually work on those knowledge synergies as well. So this is it. Thank you for your time, and I also thank Mr. Chawla, Jitendra Chawla, who is chairman of Faridabad branch, and other conveners to giving me this opportunity, and Mr. Nanda also for giving me this opportunity to speak on this niche subject of outsourcing. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chawla.
sir. Thank you. I request the member, if you have any query, kindly. Hello. I request members, if you have any query, please submit your query so that we can give you answer. One query from CA Ankur Nanavati. Whether CPI is a must for the outsourcing work?
So nothing is must for outsourcing work. But if you are a CPA, try to understand, if you approach an accounting firm sitting in New York, and if you're a CPA, it gives them a comfort to give you work. Try to understand, they will not be much more comfortable if you only are a CA from ICAI. So if you are a CPA from US, you will understand their technical language, and you will understand their end client's technical language, and you will be easily able to actually get the work from somebody sitting in US.
Thank you, sir. Next question from CA Yogesh Chopra. In your view, in which area out of bookkeeping, taxation, MIS, etc., a fresher CA into practice should put effort to start with, so to acquire outsourced work? Means, in which area success rate is high to gain work from overseas?
So if you talk about a niche area, I will tell you should go for taxes, because try to understand, taxes is where you have less competition in India. So typically, if you talk about accounts finalization, bookkeeping, they have been here for decades now. Every other outsourcing company is providing bookkeeping and accounts finalization. But when I talk about taxes, it's not as difficult as audit support services, because for audit support services, you will require a team sitting with you. But it's not as easy as bookkeeping and accounting services. So you should focus on taxes, get a tax specialization in these jurisdictions. Like I told you about, in UK, you can always go for ATT or CTA. You can always look at certain platforms for US taxes by such as Coursera, which they are inculcating a 9-module kind of federal tax training through University of Illinois. So you can look at these things, and you can make a niche in tax services. So that will really help you as a fresher to create demand, and then you can always include other services in your bouquet once you have made inroads in these services.
Thank you, sir. But for taxes, I think we must have the knowledge of tax law of that company.
So sir, for outsourcing, if you do not have business knowledge of that country, if you do not have GAAP knowledge of that country, if you do not have tax knowledge of that country, you cannot start these services. So you have to go to the next level, increase your knowledge, sell your knowledge, and then only you will get clients.
Okay. Shia Roshabh Jain. How can a small practitioner start outsourcing practice considering the infrastructure requirement?
So my dear friend, I also started as a small practice. I had a 2-people team with me to starting this outsourcing practice, which I now is moved to a very large scale, not very large scale, but I will say a medium scale kind of a practice. But you must start somewhere. So it's typically, try to understand, the value proposition which somebody sitting in UK and US is not looking for a brand to outsource. They are simply looking at somebody who can give them good technical knowledge. They're looking somebody who is responsible, reliable, whom they can give their confidential data, and at last, and the most important thing, can give them cost arbitrage. So everybody starts small. If you compare yourself with a larger outsourcer like Deloitte Shared Services, that would be a wrong comparison. So you can always start yourself also. Get a couple of clients. You can getting clients is something which you will have to manage on your own. It's always initially through references, then cross references and everything. But you can always start small. Everybody starts small. Nobody starts from, nobody gets, unless until you walk to work in a Deloitte, which is a brand, or you want to work in a BFI, KPMG, everybody starts small in an accounting practice, whether it's India or outside.
Thank you, sir. I'm also adding one line: where there is will, there is a way. So
Exactly,
if,
sir. Exactly. You have to be risk taking. You have to have will. There will always be a way. If you are passionate enough, if you are convinced enough that yes, I want to do this and do this only. I have seen people, you have live examples, in your profession only, you have concentrated on one line of business. Let's say transfer pricing, international tax. Some have only concentrated on Indies. Somebody have only concentrated on outsourcing, and they have made inroads. The idea is to focus. So typically sometimes, because a person like me concentrates only on international business, and my firm may be doing 10 different lines, I'm not concerned about that, but I, as a person, I want to only concentrate on international business, and that is where I can make inroads. So you need to focus.
yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And one question from Prakhar Maheshwari CA. Request to please let know the sources platform places exchange where service provider can pitch have the requirements of client.
Can you repeat the question, because your voice was very low?
So request to please let know the source platform place exchange where service provider can pitch oblique have the requirements of client.
Okay. Now you're talking about something known as marketing. Typically, if you are a practicing chartered accountant, you cannot, actually go and ask for business. That is prohibited by ethics. But suppose, you only want to get into outsourcing, you can always, surrender your COP, look at, outsourcing as a business. You can use digital marketing and generate business. There is no such platform where you can go register and client will come to you. You have trade fairs, like, even if you are a practicing CA, you can always participate participate in various knowledge conferences where, we get our business from. We participate in knowledge conferences. So people generally like our knowledge and like to refer us the work. So this is another way you can look at, if you're not wanting to you're willing to surrender your CP. So it's gradual. It's not that you have a platform or you have a shop or you have a Amazon kind of website that, you list your service and somebody will come and give you those. It's a gradual process. You will start typically with 1 or 2 clients. You will make it up to 25 clients in 10 years. Typically from 25 clients, you will make yourself to 100 clients kind of an organization being served by 300 people. So it's whole, it's all life cycle. This is what I've observed, seeing, our competitors, seeing ourselves inside the industry. So it's a gradual process. There is no automatic process.
Thank you, sir. And last question: what kind of specialization? What kind of specialization required for taxation work in Canada?
So I'm not very sure about Canada, but typically if you do CA from Canada, it gives you certain inroads about taxation in Canada. So I can get back to you what specialization required in Canada, because our specialization, typically what we do is UK and US. Canada is something which we get certain accounting services. We don't do taxes for Canada. So, but we can get back to you for, I can get back to you if you drop Mr. Chawla an email, and we can really get back to you.
Sir, one more last question. Which country we have to CA Lalit Khurana? Which country we have to target in our initial starting?
Now it's very difficult question to answer. Which country you should target? It's your choice. If you like beaches, if you like sunny weather, go to Australia. If you like winter weather, or you like rainy weather, go to UK. If you like both weathers, you go to East Coast and West Coast of US. And if you like dry weather and very cold weather, go to Canada. So it's not that in business terms I can tell you which country to target, but seriously speaking, you can target that country which gives you the first business.
Thank you, sir. I think we should first target that country if we have any reference there, and if we are
Yes.
easily approachable to them
Yes,
and
yes.
target,
That's what I wanted to say.
very helpful
That's what
in the initial stage.
Yes.
Now, no more question. One last question, CA Rahul Kakkar. But same question we have already, Mr. Chawla already given the reply. What kind of specialization we can do for Canadian taxation or courses we can do?
So I think Canadian question is coming quickly because Canada gives PR easily. So try to understand, we are talking about outsourcing here. We are not talking about PR or you're shifting to Canada. But we will get back to you if you send an email to Mr. Jitendra Chawla. We will get back to you what kind of specialization you need to.
Thank you, sir. Now no more question is there.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Now I request branch chairman to present memento to our guest speaker.
Thank you, sir.
Branch Chairman CA Jitendra Chawla ji and CA Harsh Mittal ji, Vice Chairman of Hyderabad Branch, kindly present a memento to our guest speaker CA Rajat Chawla ji.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
CA Rajendra Dhillon ji, Harcharan Sangari ji, Nitish Chugh ji. Thank you. Thank you all.
My pleasure.
Also, thanks to Rajat Chawla ji for such a wonderful session, sir.
Thank you.
And request Vice Chairman Harsh Mittal ji for giving a formal vote of thanks for this session. And before closing this session, we will take 15 minutes tea break. I think now we have left only 10 minutes. So we will take 10 minutes tea break. Thereafter, we will start the session 4:30 p.m. Request Vice Chairman C. Harsh Mittal ji kindly present formal vote of thanks.
Kindly unmute me, Vipin ji.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Vipin ji, for giving me an opportunity to present formal vote of thanks. First of all, I would like to thank the session speaker, C. Rajat Chawla ji, who has spared time to give his insight about outsourcing opportunity for chartered accountant. Despite of heavy rain, he has reached the branch. For that effort, I would also like to thank you, sir. I would also like to thank all the participants who have joined virtually. Thanks for the participation. I would also like to thank the chairperson of CP Committee ICAI, Kamisha Soniji, and Vice Chairman C. Charanjot Singh Nandaji, who has given our branch an opportunity for one-day CP seminar on outsourcing and global accounting. You all know that it is a need of ours that government every day we are getting news that government is doing ease of business. In the name of ease of doing, he has make more relaxation about audit and tax. So I think it's a need of ours we have to focus outsourcing opportunity, which has been deliberated by our guest speaker, CA Rajat Chawla ji, very well. Thank you all. And I would also like to thank today's moderator, CA Vipin Sharma ji, who has managed the session very wonderfully. Thank you, Vipin ji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Next session will be taken by CA Sarita Garwal ji, who will deliberate session on expand your horizon, go global with cloud accounting software, QuickBooks and cloud tools. So we are waiting for you within 10 minutes. 10 minutes rest. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. ICAI Harsh Kumar Mittal, Vice Chairman of Faridabad branch, welcome you all in today's last session of one-day CP seminar on outsourcing and global accounting. After 3 wonderful sessions by CA Sunil Khullarji, CA Charanjot Singh Nandaji, and Rajat Chawlaji, now we have with us another eminent speaker, CA Sarita Agarwalji, who will take session on Expand Your Horizon, Go Global with Cloud Accounting Software, QuickBooks, and Cloud Tools. Before inviting her, first of all, I would like to request our branch chairman, Jitendra Chawla to formally welcome our guest speaker and all the participants. Jitendra ji, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Harshi. Firstly, I welcome Sarita Agarwal ma'am. But she is some late, so sorry for the delay part. So not much more time taken. So I request to Sarita Agarwal ma'am, please ma'am, so you proceed.
Thank you, Jitendra ji. As Jitendra ji said that we are running short of time and the session is already late. So forget about all the formalities and directly I request Sarita ma'am to start her deliberation on Expand Your Horizon and Go Global with Cloud Accounting Software, QuickBooks, and Cloud Tools. Sarita ma'am, over to you. Please start your deliberation.
Thank you, Harsh ji. Thank you, Jitendra ji. I would like to thank Nanda sir to give me this opportunity to speak on the topic global outsourcing. So before I start my presentation, I would like to since we have a crowd both live and on virtual, so if we can understand how many part of the audience is already in QuickBooks, is anyone using QuickBooks, Zoho Books, or any such kind of cloud accounting software? How can we know the answers, like what response we are getting? Can we know that? Harshi or the tech support? That would make me little it will give me a good direction the way I should start my seminar. Harshi, is there any way that the participants can respond? Never mind. So let me start. So basically, like if I talk about global outsourcing, we all want to do this business as of today. And now after this pandemic situation, since we all now have a habit or a practice of working from anywhere, anytime. So now the global outsourcing becomes much more a bigger opportunity for us over here. Because now earlier we had a hindrance that how can we sit in India and work for countries abroad. Many of us did have, though like a very good part of India is actually into global outsourcing from a long time. Me and my firm is itself into global outsourcing for last 18 to 20 years. So we always try to work a little bit out of the way than what a typical chartered accountant firm has been doing. And we have been into global outsourcing for last, I suppose, since 2004. So the journey has been very interesting, and it was like kind of the journey made us tech savvy. And before the pandemic, wherein people were forced to get into technology or to have their entire setup into cloud, like we were already there, and we did not face any problem during this pandemic to, like, it was not even one day effort of us wherein my entire team was working from home with their home without we having to shift anything to cloud or to take an extra effort that how will team coordinate with each other, how will they be comfortable working at home. Because we are already working for the US-based CPA firms and for other global clients, for Singapore, for UK, for Australia, and those other clients sitting over here in India. So that made our work much easier. So now, what are the few things which we need to focus and we need to make sure before getting into global outsourcing? What are the hindrances which we actually face? when we try to think about global outsourcing. So first of all is like we need to get out of a mindset of desktop applications. Like we use accounting softwares which are into desktop, and we are very comfortable with it, and we don't want to shift from there because we see that our major clients is over there. But now even in India, people are moving from desktop desktop applications, desktop accounting software to cloud accounting software. So since we are already into business with our Indian clients, why don't we think of starting with the cloud accounting software for our clients or for ourselves, so that we get comfortable with those softwares, and when we go to the global market, we are ready with the accounting software which are being used by them. Because the top accounting softwares, which is QuickBooks, Zoho Books, is used even in India as well as all over the world. So we can now we have that opportunity that even our clients are looking to shift into cloud accounting softwares. So we can have them shift, have our hands-on experience, be ready with it, so that we can also have other clients on board. Now, another thing which is there when we are using, like when we are trying to get into global outsourcing, is to have all our things on cloud. It's not only about accounting software. We need to have almost our entire office operating on cloud. What do I mean by that? There are very small little things which we need to take care of in our day-to-day workings, which will help us to shift totally on cloud, and we will not even realize that now we are totally on cloud. For example, we are very comfortable with MS Excel and MS Word, PowerPoint, and those stuffs, but we are using them offline. Like we are using MS Excel in our computer offline, we are using MS Word in our computer offline. Why don't we start using these stuffs either in G Suite products or Office 365 products? If we are too comfortable with MS Excel, we can use Office 365 online version. So that will help us to shift our things from offline to online. So what will happen is when we get into habit of using these stuffs online, when we are working with the foreign client, we don't face any problem, and we are totally up to date with them on technology. So today we try to use, like, all our entire office is on cloud. We don't have anything on our computer. Like even if my team has suddenly, if today night we come to know that there is a lockdown, from tomorrow my team won't face any problem that there are files in office which they need to start working, because the clients, the source document which we receive from the US, that is also on cloud. Obviously, they have to send us via something. So that is not email which they are sending us those documents through. They are sending us those documents through a software which is all stored at one place. I'll be showing you all those things along with QuickBooks so that you get an idea how this entire system works. So there are three parts. One part is receiving the document. Second part is processing the documents, and third part is delivering the final output to the clients. So the first part is receiving the source document. We should all be prepared that email is not a correct way of receiving any documents from the client. We think that now, since we are receiving the documents from the client on email, we are getting on cloud. No, because email is a temporary thing. After a certain point of time, it gets full, and also it is not a very secured way. Emails get hacked very easily, and many times we lose emails. Like we have to find for 10 minutes, 5 minutes to get just one email which we received from someone, might be a week back. So we should use something like, if like depending upon the size of the business, we can either move to SharePoint, or we can move to G Drive, Google Drive, or such other stuffs, or Dropbox, and create folders which can be accessed by the clients, and they can keep the source document over there, which is accessible to us anytime, and all my team can access that as well. That was about receiving the source document. Now, second thing is working on those source documents. So if it is about accounting, yes, we just spoke about that. If it is accounting, we should try to use QuickBooks or such other cloud accounting software, Zoho Books and Xero, or many other such accounting software which is used worldwide as well as India. So we should try to shift to that. So those are all lifetimes. When as soon as we work on it, it is up on cloud. We can access it, clients can access it, our team can access it. All of us are in same page. We don't need a server. We don't need to think where is our data. We might lose data. Nothing is in our computer. Everything is on cloud, secured and safe, as secure as is your money in your bank. So you can think it is very, very secure. There is no kind of any kind of privacy issues which we always think that what will happen with my data. If we are safe, thinking that our money is in bank and it is safe over there, in the same way we can think that our data is on cloud with a very renowned and a very big company strong in IT side. So our data is also secured over there. Third thing is final output. The way we receive the source document, in the same way we should have folders wherein client can access their output which we finally prepare. So we should always have document source document place and final output place for the client, so that they know where they need to keep the source document and where can they access the reports or the final output, whatever we want to give them. So if we are working online, if we are working using MS Excel or MS PowerPoint or MS Word, which is an online version of either Office 365 or G Suite, then we don't need to even take an effort of first working in our offline computer, then cut and copy paste or cut paste and put it somewhere. It is all already on cloud. So those are the things which we need to consider and take care of so that we are ready for the global market. Now, let me share my screen and I will start with a small presentation and then I'll give you few good benefits which we have always seen and we have been practicing on cloud accounting softwares. I think I'll need access to share my screen. Can please someone give me access to share my screen? Thank you. I hope my screen is visible. Great. So, yes, we all know that the entire world is slowly and slowly moving on cloud. But this pandemic has increased the speed of moving on cloud 10 times or even more. Now, when we talk about cloud accounting softwares, many times what people think that now Tally is also on cloud, just naming a software that Tally is also on cloud, but actually Tally is still not on cloud. What Tally has now facilitated is we can keep the data which we used to keep in our local computer or in server, that can be kept on cloud, and we install the software in our computer and we are accessing only the database from cloud. If we are not able to type in a URL, something like this, quickbooks.com, and open the accounting software, that means we are not on cloud yet. So if you see the way we open Amazon, Flipkart, all these things, like when we try to book a ticket, we go to Make My Trip, those are all on cloud. If we access any of the Google products, whether it is Gmail, whether it is like YouTube, those things are obviously on cloud because we are typing a URL and we are opening the particular site. So those things are actually which that is where the cloud accounting software also works like. We will be seeing it after this presentation. Yes, so anything which is hosted services over the internet, that is called cloud computing, from where the word cloud accounting comes in. Now, what are the benefits of using cloud technology? First of all, now let me give you an example. In Tally, what happens every year, we need to upgrade the Tally from the like the patch file or whatever they send us, so that we are with the updated Tally with all the features. But if we are into any kind of cloud accounting software, we don't need to think about any upgradation. As and when they upgrade the software, as and when there is any upgradation from the compliances side, the software is ready with those. We can see in the software when we log in, it says new or updates, wherein we can easily check what changes they have made. So that makes our work easy. There's no pressure at our end to install the software. Now, and it is all about we pay for what we use. So in cloud accounting software, it is all the softwares are on SaaS model. Like you are not paying it even if you don't need it. If you need it, suppose you're purchasing a software and you are not satisfied after 1 year, you can stop paying for that, and rest of the time you might want to shift to some other software, and you have access to your data for quite a number of months or years, so that you can access your data from there, but then you stop paying it as soon as you think that I don't want to go with it. So suppose you're trying with any cloud accounting software and you want to be sure that whether you are comfortable using it, whether it serves your purpose or not, you might want to pay just for a month or two, try it and stop if you're not comfortable. So it helps you in that ways. You don't need a storage space. It does not fill your hard disk. There is no storage space required at our end. Whatever storage space is required is maintained by them. And that too with your data backup or anything. You won't find even a minute of downtime in these cloud accounting software. You are always up and running. The only thing which we need is an internet connectivity. That's it. Even with like a normal configuration computer, these accounting softwares work well. It does not require a very good high-speed computer with good motherboard and processor, those kind of stuff. It can be a normal computer with good internet. That's it. So it's always up and running. There is no disaster planning required. If your office is supposed to be shut down because of any reason, if you need to suddenly travel and you have some urgent work to be done for the client, you can work from anywhere, anytime. So, and there's no maintenance cost required for these softwares. Yes, we were in desktop, then we shifted to VPN. The way many desktop softwares are now working, they are allowing you to put things into VPN, but then each and every step is requiring an extra cost to us. So if we were totally into our computer, the database and the software, it was little cost effective for us. But then the time asked us to shift to us like online or on cloud. So what did we do is we took some VPN service wherein we installed our software, we kept the data, and then our team started accessing it. So that VPN is really slow. The service is not as fast as you use in your computer when you are working. And sometimes you might have downtime, and like it's not on cloud. You are accessing a third-party computer for your software. So that was the VPN. But then now we realized the importance of cloud, and we shifted from desktop to VPN, then to cloud. Now, why from manual to cloud accounting? Why do you want to shift to cloud accounting? Obviously, live access to our financial information. All these softwares has mobile app. You can do major of your transactions from the app itself. Even if you are driving and you want to, like, even if you are traveling somewhere and your client is looking for some kind of documents, those softwares have places wherein you can keep all the attachments in the software itself, in the accounting software. So if your client is looking for a statement, you don't need to say them that I'll be sending you the statement tomorrow. Might be they want to pay you tonight itself, right? So you can send them the statement directly from your mobile app there and then. So it has flexibility to work from any device. You can work from iPad, you can work from your mobile, you can work from, if you have an Apple laptop, you can work from that. If you have an like a normal Dell laptop, you can work from there. But if you are using desktop software application, you need to be sure that it supports those kind of computers as well. Many times some desktop application does not run well in Apple. So we need to, at that time, we need to think whether it will like what is the configuration requirement, and what we need a like technical person who can install those softwares for us. But when we are using a cloud accounting software, it has such kind of flexibility that we don't need anyone to come install the software for us. And if we are having the computer formatted, or if we are purchasing a new computer, we don't need to think that first we need to relicense or deactivate license and then relicense in a new computer. Nothing as such is required. It's like more user friendly. The user interface is really friendly and beautiful for us to use, and the reportings for these cloud accounting software is amazing. Whatever reports we can think of is all present over there. Moreover, these reports can be easily pulled into Excel, PDF files, and we don't need to even worry about it. If we pull in spreadsheet, it has formulas into it. If we want to make some changes to the report, it's not that then we need to again format it or put the formulas. All things are there. We can share links to our customers, and we can share link of reports to our shareholders. We can send the reports. We can set the schedule of the reports, and the reports are already emailed to the clients. We can schedule the invoices, and the invoices on the monthly basis on an exact date can be emailed to the customers. We don't need to think whether the customers receive the invoice or not. And we can have, there are so many artificial intelligence already inbuilt in these softwares that we don't need to go into several places. If we are into business of online sales, which is actually now most of the people are shifting their businesses. Many of our clients are shifting their items to online sales in Amazon, Flipkart, and those kind of stuffs. So these cloud accounting softwares, one more benefit which we have with these cloud accounting software is they integrate with all kind of apps. There are so many apps with which they integrate, so that if we are into Amazon business, wherein we are selling our products into Amazon or Flipkart, it can pull all your sales, all your invoices from Amazon to QuickBooks. So you don't need to bother again and again. If you're maintaining your Amazon account well, and if you sync it with QuickBooks, it all syncs and you have all your sales at one places. Now, yes, these are three best market accounting, cloud accounting software: Xero, Intuit, QuickBooks, and Zoho Books. We will surely see few of the features in QuickBooks. How does it work and what is the benefit we get out of it? So if you see QuickBooks, like if we talk about any desktop application or desktop accounting software, what do we see? That it is used, might be Tally is used in Asia. But if we learn one accounting software, which is QuickBooks, we see it has worldwide presence. It is being used in Canada, United States, Brazil, France, India, United Kingdoms, Australia, and many more countries. So if one software is giving us flexibility to work for so many countries, these are a few numbers which we have, like which country has how many number of users in different in QuickBooks. Obviously, these numbers are a little old, but yes. So it has presence in so many places. So it opens our horizon to much bigger place. So now let's shift to QuickBooks, and I'll show you few good and cool things which QuickBooks does. So this is a live client which we work for a US based client. Now let's see what happens. Like here I go to the banking section, and just a minute. So here, if I go to banking section, I can connect all my banks and credit cards over here. So what happens is I don't need to log in into my bank again and again. I don't need to log in into my credit card again and again and pull transactions from there and then enter into my books. I just come over here and I need to click on update. All my transactions relating to a particular bank and credit card, which I have synced over here. And it does not limit to the number of bank accounts or credit card which we can sync over here. If we have 10 bank accounts and 5 credit cards, all can be synced over here. So all the transactions comes over here. It makes our work so easy that we can directly accept those transactions from here. And they are built with artificial intelligence that if suppose you are doing transactions with the same kind of customer or vendor again and again, it auto fills in the name, the GL code, the ledgers where you want to book those expenses. You don't need to think about it. And you can just directly come and accept it. Now, even if you are following an accounting method of day-to-day basis, wherein you are already entering your transactions in your books, from here, what you can do is you can just select them and match those transactions. As we were seeing over here, like these transactions are already entered in your book, so it won't get duplicated. If you have already entered the transactions, you come over here and you match it. That means it has found this transaction in your books and it is now just matching. So it serves two purposes. By syncing your bank, we are able to do reconciliation. My reconciliation is already done because it is directly accepting or matching the transactions from your banking window. Now, this is very secured and there is no pressure of any kind of unwanted transactions happening. Reason being, these are just view rights for your bank. These transactions are neither affecting your financials or neither anyone can do any kind of transactions over here. Like it is just syncing a view of your bank statement, which you always log in and then see. So it is very secured and safe. You don't need to worry that if I sync over here, my bank, a transaction might happen automatically. No, it is not asking you for any OTP or any such thing. It is just giving you a view rights of your transactions. So this was one cool thing which all cloud accounting or a standard cloud accounting software has. Like it, QuickBooks also has it, and then Zoho Books also has it, and then Xero also have it. Like they all three of the accounting softwares which I mentioned in my PPT, all three of them have these features. Now let's go to settings, and then we have an option called recurring transactions. Now this recurring transactions really makes our life so easy on daily basis. All the, like it can be of like it can be any industry or any businesses. We all have some kind of recurring transactions nature. Like for example, if we have to pay office rent, if our office is on rent, that transaction is recurring, which we need to pay every month on a fixed date. If we have couple of offices or we have godowns or we have warehouses which are on rent, we know that on a particular date, we need to pay this bill, we need to raise this bill and pay it off. So we can set them as recurring transactions so that we don't need to even bother about those transactions on a particular date. As and when we set it up, those transactions are entered and we are done. We don't need to bother that those entries might be missed, or we again and again when we come and we want to update our financials, we enter those transactions, not required. And the best benefit of these recurring transactions can be taken by us chartered accountants, wherein we have so many retainership clients. What happens every day in the morning when we come in, we not every day morning, like suppose today is the day, tomorrow most of us will be doing our monthly billing to our customers. तो हम लोग सुबह पहले आते हैं और फिर हम लोग अपने अकाउंटेंट को बुलाते हैं या अपने ऑफिस में जो अपना इंटरनल अकाउंट्स देखता है उनको बुलाते हैं, एंड वी से देम डिड यू क्रिएट द इनवॉइसेस, मुझे इनवॉइसेस ला के दो, मुझे ईमेल करनी है सबको ताकि पेमेंट्स आ सके. तो वो एक पूरा प्रेशर रहता है, एक पूरा वो एक दिन का एक्टिविटी हो जाता है. वो बंदा करेगा, कुछ मिस्टेक करेगा, वो बोलेगा मैं दे रहा हूँ, मैं दूसरे काम में बिजी हूँ, फिर वो आपको प्रिंट करके लाके देगा, आप उसको साइन करोगे, तब आप उसको स्कैन करके भेजोगे. बिकॉज प्रेजेंटली वी आर नॉट एबल टू सेंड दोज इनवॉइसेस physically, we have to email them, right? So over here we don't need to bother about those things. हमने अपना इनवॉइसेस यहाँ पर क्रिएट करके छोड़ दिया, इनवॉइसेस क्रिएट किया, उसको सेट भी कर दिया कि ये ईमेल हो जाए. Automatically, the date we set it up, it creates the invoices and it emails to the customers. So customer has those invoices in their inbox on the date when we want. If we do not want them to be automatically invoiced, we just want to create it in this system, it can be done for that as well. And it is not restricting you that you need to create all your invoices on a particular day. If you have different customers invoiced on different dates, you can set them all over here and you can make your work so easy and simple. Same way, you can also have your customers' statement emailed to them on a regular interval. So you can set them to schedule to send the statements to a customer. Suppose if you see that the invoices are due more than 30 days and you provide like a due period of only aging of 15 days. So if you want that, if it extends after 30 days, the statement should be automatically emailed to the customer. It can be done. So that is why all these countries prefer these cloud accounting software because they don't want to spend their time on bookkeeping or on these tedious works. They want to spend their time on growing their business on the marketing front and to provide a better service to the client. On the internal accounting, they want to have such softwares which makes their work easy, accurate, and they have their books ready anytime. They don't need to think that if I want to see my financials today, I need to ask my accountant to update my financials. So this is another cool feature which cloud accounting software has. Now let me show you one more feature. Be it any kind of transactions. I'm just showing you one transaction which is might be bill. If I want to create a bill for my creditors or for my vendors, so what happens? If it is an electricity bill or telephone bill or any such bill, we print the bill and then we create the invoices and we keep the bill on the file. So here again, we are creating a paper for our office to be filed and to be kept somewhere. But if we are using cloud accounting software and if we get into an habit of it, when we work for the foreign clients or for the global clients, they will send us all the details, all the documents through either Google Drive or through such system, whether it is ShareFile, Dropbox, or any such software. What we can do for their like easy references, we can attach files over here. If they are sending us a bill of electricity for which we need to pass a bill, those electricity bills directly from the system can be attached over here so that they can refer to it, and you don't need to look into two places, or your client doesn't need to look into two places if they are referring an invoice. If they have any questions on the bills, they don't need to think that how did you get this amount? They can check over here directly. In the same way, you can attach like the mandates or the invoices when you create invoices for the customers. If you have any mandate, you can attach it over here. Or if it is one-time document, you can also attach the documents when you are creating the customer or the vendors. So all these screens over here, almost each and every screen over here has option to attach documents. And the document size which they allow you to attach is also not very small. Like if you see over here, maximum size is 20 MB for each document which you attach. It is not about the whole system. So if in this particular bill, you can attach multiple files and or in together, it should be 20 MB. So 20 MB is a good amount of size which they are allowing us to attach over here. Now, before I go to any other stuffs, let me show you the reports first. Now, see over here, the kind of reports they have. They have endless reports over here. Whatever report you think, you just come over here and you open it. Besides the reports, which is available over here, they have each and every kind of report, the detailed report. Like if you want to put a detailed report in an in a software like Tally, we need to go and drill in and we need to know the correct place from where we can drill and see the reports. Every time we keep on changing the date and then open the report. But over here, it makes our work so easy. So suppose I open a profit and loss report. It opens one standard report, which is last month. The view will always show as last month. Now over here, what do we see is that when we open the report, we have so many customization options available over here. What we can do is we can customize the report as per our requirement. So suppose this profit and loss, I want to compare it with previous year. So I click on previous year, I click on dollar change, I click on percentage change. I need these rows and I run the report. My report is ready over here. I can drill up till entry level from here directly. Wherever you see like a hand sign over here, that means you can click on those. So I click on this, I see the entire ledger. If I want to drill to the entry level, I click on the entry again from here and I come to the entry level. So it makes my work so easy. Moreover, if I have customized this, what I want is every month or every bi-weekly, I should get this profit and loss report for myself or my company, which is being maintained by my accountant. I can save this customization and have it emailed to me whenever I want. I can send this email of reports to us and in frequency. So it can always be in my inbox. I don't need to get into QuickBooks as well. So to that extent, it allows me to customize the reports. So whatever reports we customize and we keep it. So suppose I save this customization. Profit and loss, I don't add it to any group and I save it. As and when I save any customized report, if I come to report section, there is called a custom reports over here, and this report is saved over here. So I have not scheduled it to email, but if I want, I can schedule it to email. So as based on my setup over here, the kind of setup I do over here, this report will be emailed to the email ID which I put over here, and I can get the report. So I can get a set of reports like this over here. I can see over here that we just cannot, if we want to, suppose multiple reports to be emailed to us, I can have all those reports emailed to myself with creating a group. I can add, I can create a group and I can save a profit and loss, a balance sheet, a cash flow statement, a transaction detail report, all in that group. So all the entire report of the group will be emailed to me. Now they have launched very recently, QuickBooks has launched a new feature called multi-company reporting. That means, so one thing which is over here that one subscription is for one company. You like in Tally, we cannot open in one Tally, we can open endless companies accounting. But over here, when we purchase QuickBooks, one purchase subscription is for one company. So if suppose we have 5 companies and we have 5 QuickBooks files, we want to consolidate and see the reports, because might be we are using like there might be 5 different centers wherein we are using QuickBooks, and we do not each one submit their own return. But then finally we want to consolidate them all together and see what is the group result. So this multi-company reporting is now allowing us to select multiple companies and have one consolidated report together for all the companies. So it becomes so easy for me to understand my group profit. And inside QuickBooks itself, we can have reporting for branches, for locations. So suppose we are in Delhi. So in Delhi, we might have one office at Faridabad, one office at Noida, one office at Gurgaon, or such other stuffs. So we might want to see our profitability by location, and then in each location we have branches, 2 or 3 offices. So for each location we can see total profit, or for each location we can see each branch, how each branch is performing. So we can have such detailed reporting by having few features switched on from their settings sections. Now all these accounting software, the best part of these accounting software is you don't need to directly purchase to use it. They allow you 1 month of free accounting services for you. So if I want to sign up for QuickBooks, I want to see first whether it will serve my purpose or not, whether I want to go for this software or not. So what you can do is you can go to quickbooks.com, and whichever version you want to use, you just click on that and you click on free trial. So you can create your QuickBooks file with just 1 or 2 information, your email ID, mobile number, and your company's name, and you are in. After that, all the settings can be done later on. So this way you get lots of flexibility wherein you can have your software set up the way you want. It also allows you to customize your invoices. So suppose you want the invoices to have a blue font. When you print it, it should be in blue font, or it should have some border. It should have your logo. You can have all these things over here, so that you can, when you send the invoices to your customers, it has your marketing stuff as well, your email ID, your website, and your company's logo. All these things can be inserted in the invoices, and it can be saved as a template and can be used. Now, again, if I talk about the reporting section, there is 1 or 2 reports which QuickBooks has defined as management report. Click on it, you see a PDF report generating, which you can review. It's like the basic reports which any company like management would like to see is ready, available with all your like formattings and stuff. Like you don't need to even touch this. You can just click on it, print it, or email it, or save it and send it over to it. So it has profit and loss, balance sheet, and statement of cash flow, which any management would like to see. Where is my money? How did I do? And what is my net worth today? So all these 3 things can be easily seen just at a click. Now, if I talk about there are some additional features in these softwares available only for the accountant. In QuickBooks, there is something called accountant tools. So QuickBooks has two stuffs. One is QuickBooks Online, which we purchase, which clients purchases for themselves, and they send us an accountant invite. The accountant, when they log in as an accountant user, so you have two different links. One is QuickBooks Online and one is QuickBooks Online accountant version. So if you are logging in or you're creating your user as an accountant version, you get this suitcase icon over here on the top as an accountant tools. This accountant tool allows you to do something extra than what even your client can do. It allows you to reclassify any transaction which has been wrongly coded from one ledger to the another ledger. It allows you to specify, suppose earlier you did not have branches, now you are starting with a new branch. So what do you want is all the transactions which I had done till today should be coded to a particular branch, and rest in future I will put the transactions into the respective branches. So without much of effort, you can select multiple transactions and you can reclassify it to a particular branch and then start a proper branch reporting. So these things are easily allowable. Voided and deleted transactions can be easily seen. Moreover, so in global outsourcing, or even in today, even in India, when we are working, the biggest issue is, suppose a tally is accessed by multiple persons. So each person is defined their role, but then if suppose a person has some extra rights and you find a transaction missing, or you find a transactions entered which you never think should be entered, how do you understand who made this mistake, who passed this entry? Like for us, this activity is very much important, and this function of QuickBooks is very helpful, which is called audit log. How does it help us? Like what I was trying to explain is, suppose we are sitting here in India and our clients are worldwide. So they are globally located. There are many times that there are transactions which get entered, which got edited, or which got deleted. And the question comes in, who did those transactions? Who deleted it? So they have an audit log which gives the detail, like each and every part of that transaction is recorded over here. Even when we are logging into books, it is recorded over here. If we log out, it is recorded over here. If we are creating a ledger, it gets recorded over here. If we are adding a transaction, editing, deleting, each and everything is recorded in audit log. So there's no question of any dispute, and it is recorded with the name of the person who is doing those transactions. If I get into the details, I exactly know what happened and when did it happen. It records each and everything, the timing, the date, who added the transactions, who deleted the transaction, what was the timing when the transaction was done. So we have each and every detail for us to give the details, and there is no kind of dispute which comes in, because everyone can go in and check whether it was our team fault or the other side which has made the mistake. Now, another important thing, this like cloud accounting tools are now making it as a standard part of their software is project management. So we might have some big projects which we want to, which have come our way, like might be a big audit, which we know that it will continue for 3 months or 6 months, and we cannot build them together. We want to record the timing of the team members, what timing they are spent, or we want to record the man hours used for a particular project. So we can create a project, we can link the project to a customer, and we can maintain the details of the project. We might want to take the expense reimbursement from the customer. So each and everything can be tracked over here. In the project, we can have detailed task steps, and we can assign it to different people so that we can understand what is the status of the project, how far the project is complete, who has what kind of task left over with them, and what is the amount which we still need to bill the customer, and what is the amount which we have already billed the customer. So all these activities are available over here. Moreover, in our CA firm, we have many kind of expenses which needs to be reimbursed by the clients. Same way it happens in global accounting as well, that when you're working for the clients, they will ask you whether you can put the expenses as to be reimbursed by a customer. These features are all available in these cloud accounting softwares. When you create an expense, and if you have the feature on, you can tag your customer for any kind of expenses. So what happens is when you tag that, whenever you try to create a bill, an invoice for the customer, it will already show you that this is an expense which you need to take as a reimbursement from the customer. Do you want to add it to this invoice? So what will happen? Those expenses will get reduced and it will be billed to the customer, so that you exactly know what is your profit, and you will never forget to claim the reimbursement from your customers. Now, one cool feature which QuickBooks has is of delayed charge. What you can do is, many times, like, we cannot bill the customer right now, but we have started working for them. So what we can do is we can create a delayed charge over here. It is again a kind of screen which comes over here once the feature is on. This delayed charge, it does not affect your financial, it does not create an invoice, it does not affect your AR, it does not affect your sales, but this delayed charge is just to keep the details, keep recording the details of whatever time you are spent, or you think that this amount needs to be invoiced for future. When you are ready with it, you can convert this delayed charge to an invoice, so that you don't forget anything which you need to invoice to the customer. It can be kept over here as a delayed charge. So this helps you to invoice your customers in future for the services which you are doing around the clock. So these are few cool features which you have in cloud accounting software. And if you want to get into global outsourcing, like coming back to the topic from where we started, is that I was just trying to give you a snapshot of this software. What is the power of this software? How can it help you? But if you really want to get into global outsourcing, into this business, you first need to buy it. You first need to have a mindset that I need to shift to a cloud accounting software. It should come to my habit. It should not be such that if you are approaching a client, if you get a lead, if you have a good connect outside India and they are trying to give you business, the first question which they will ask you is, are you aware of this software? You do say yes, but when the business comes in, you struggle like using this software. I always get calls from all over India, because we are also into QuickBooks and Zoho Books training, that they are asking us that I have a customer, he is into QuickBooks, can you please help me with this thing? I need to get it done today itself for the customer, because they have never informed their client that they don't need this software. They took the work, but now they're not able to deliver it because they're not comfortable with the software. So to be very confident and to place yourself to the global market, you should first have an in-depth knowledge of these softwares. The software is so easy. I took so much of time to learn Tally and I forgot as of now. But these software, once you learn, you will never forget, because they are made to be used even by a layman. So if we are accountant and we have an habit of using a software like Tally, these softwares are very easy to us. It's just that we need to have a mindset the way these softwares work. There are some major differences in between these softwares and the desktop softwares, which we need to understand and start working on it. One important point which I missed to mention about these accounting softwares, it helps you to stop doing things manually. You don't need to create ledgers one by one. It allows you to import all your ledgers from your existing accounting software. It allows you to import all your customers, vendors, invoices, and your bills. All can be imported over here. Everywhere, wherever you go, you get an option of importing stuffs. For example, if I want to import my ledgers, I go to chart of accounts, I come over here and I have an option of import. I go to import, I take that template, I fit in my details, I can import it. So you can also see if you have your ledgers in Google Sheet, if your customers, if your client have sent you a Google Sheet, you can also connect a Google Sheet and then import your transactions directly from Google Sheet. In the same way, not only chart of accounts, the customers, the vendors, the invoices, the bills, all can be imported over here. So if you have big count of transactions, you don't need to sit whole day or appoint a person whole day to do these transactions. So you can easily do it. Before going to global market, if you start using this software, make it your habit, apply it for one or two of your clients in India who are like whom you can convince and shift to the software. It gives you a hands-on experience, and then you can surely approach to the global market. If you have some links in the global market and they know that you know accounting software like QuickBooks or Zoho Books, they will be very much comfortable giving you the books. Well, speaking to them, well, if you know the software, you speak to them, the other person who already knows the software easily understands whether you know it or not. So you need to have a good control over these softwares when you are going over there. And not only these softwares, along with that, you should be very comfortable with other cloud tools. So if you are comfortable with a few of the cloud tools, like either you use the entire product of G Suite or you either use the entire product of Office 365 and start being comfortable, get into your habit that instead of using an offline Excel, I'm using an online Excel. So what happens is when you're talking to the client, you yourself feel the confidence that you are able to present them well. Even if they talk about software which you have never used, you are very confident that I can easily explore the software they use and I can tell them that yes, I'm comfortable using it. You just start with it and you will see your work flowing well. They are very much concerned about the security. So you need to ensure that you have the antiviruses viruses in your place. And since if you have everything on cloud, you can say them that you have like the computers which are without hard disk, and there's no pen drive kind of thing over which anyone can put in your like in the laptop or stuff. So they feel very secure. You need to get into those kind of habit so that when you're placing them, you don't need to make up things. They can easily understand and you can start your business of global outsourcing. So besides this, I think these were the few stuffs which I wanted to present and give an highlight. I think I will leave this 5 minutes for any open questions so that we can end up the session on time, because I know like the participants has been waiting for very long. So whom do we have? Nisarg, do you want to, like, does the participants have any questions? Do you want to consolidate the questions? So by the time they are coordinating to consolidate the questions, like I'm not sure whether I think surely most of you must be aware that Zoho Books, which is also being used globally, they have integrated with ICAI and they are providing Zoho Books without any cost for 3 years, free of cost, to chartered accountants. So you can always try your hands-on experience with QuickBooks, which allows you 1 month of free trial to test the software, and then Zoho Books, which is allowing for chartered accountants for 3 years. So you have this link. Just try this link. And Zoho Books is equally comparable cloud accounting software with with QuickBooks, and it has much more feature than QuickBooks. But then like QuickBooks is too easy to use, Zoho Books is little technical, but then it is also being used worldwide. So you can try any of these softwares. If you have learned one software, learning another software will be very easy. And how do you want to learn these softwares? You can go to YouTube, and you find so many videos for all these softwares. You can easily go step by step, learn it and use it. And if you really face any problem, technically, you can always call me. I'll be more than happy to help you and guide you on these softwares if you face any kind of small little issues. I'll stop sharing and we'll wait for the presenters to take it forward. Hi, Nisar. Yeah, so I was done with my session. I wanted to see if the participants had any questions. We can wrap it up in 5 minutes after answering the questions of the participants.
जैसे हटा दे
Thank you. Thank you, Sarita ma'am. I'm really very sorry. Due to technical glitches, I am not able to unmute me.
No worries.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a wonderful and eye-opening seminar on expand your horizon. I think it's a need of ours that we should all have all the software or accounting software on cloud. Thanks for such a wonderful session. Now I also request Vice Chairman CPE Committee ICAI, CA Charanjot Singh Nandaji, for his closing remarks for today's one-day CPE seminar on outsourcing global accounting. Nandaji, over to you, sir.
A very good evening.
Good evening, sir.
I was listening to your deliberation. It was par excellence. And I want to give a strong message to our fellow chartered accountants that time has come when all of us have to graduate to levels when you are able to add value to the initiatives of the clients. We have not to serve only our clients or stakeholders, but to the regulator and the government, and ensure that our country and our institute always clinches the highest possible levels. I'm thankful to you, madam, thankful to all the speakers, and particularly the participants who have thronged in large numbers to go home more enlightened. So thank you so much. We shall remain in touch. Thank you so much. Have a nice evening, madam. I wish all the participants a great evening ahead. As told in the morning, this is my last seminar because from tomorrow the code of conduct is coming. So I'm very emotional. Thank you so much, Sarita ji. Thank you so much. So thanks to all. Let's look forward to a great institute under great leadership, and very importantly, the involvement of all of us together so that the institute can achieve unprecedented heights in times to come. Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. So we call off the seminar. Goodbye.